It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes. Now don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone. And when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but soon they will realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, K-Man. Happy Thursday. Or, as we say sometimes, Friday, part one. How is everyone doing? Everyone's good? Hope you guys are having a fantastic week so far, because it's almost over. So if you got to turn it around, well, get to stepping. Right. We got some guests coming in to talk about Pirates Week. It's that time of year again. Lots of Heritage Day celebrations happening. So I'm very, very excited about that. Let me just see here. I'm looking for some interview that we're going to be playing a little bit later on in the show. So yes, we have lots of amazing things going on for the rest of the week and for the upcoming week as well. I've got so many tabs open on my computer because hubby was working on some stuff last night. So I see about 10 tabs just for him alone. So I'm going to try to close some of these. He was troubleshooting something for me that wasn't quite working. And so despite the fact that he always tells me to close my tabs, I see he's got about 1 million of them open himself. That's all right. Right. Okay. So let me grab the links to send out to everyone. Make sure that you are getting those directly to the WhatsApp channel. And I notice you guys have been following the channel. That's great. Keep those numbers coming, honey chow, because that's how you get all of the, hold on. That's a little typo there. That's how you get all of the latest show details and accident alerts and everything else. So let me just see here. Okay. Don't you hate when you've subscribed to something and then you kind of forget that you subscribed to it and it has that auto pay. And next thing you know, you see this charge come in and you're like, what on earth is that for? Well, that happened to me yesterday and I'm trying to get a refund for something. So I'm dealing with the company, something I didn't even use, but these companies don't care if you've used it or not because you had that auto pay on. So it's always a good idea. It's one of the reasons why I actually prefer to use PayPal for payments, because I can go through PayPal and I can see what's on auto pay. And then I just take it off. Yeah. So clearly I need to go do that now because this one slipped through and I don't know how it happened from a year ago. So you can actually remove, this is a good tip for you when you're trying to save money. You can remove the auto pay option when it's through PayPal. So I'm going to be begging for my refund because I need my money. Yes, sir. All right, Windsor Park. Good morning, Washington Boulevard. Good morning to you guys. Caymanians in Florida. Sending all three groups the respective links now for the show so that you can join us this morning on the stream. And the image, give me one quick second. The image for this guy is finally ready, so I can do the petition. So I had the petition ready yesterday as promised, but there was a specific image size that was required. And so I needed my graphics guy to do that for me. So that is now done. And I'm going to upload that in just a second. So the petition is going to go live while we're on the show. So in case you missed it, and you know what is so funny? I know I was saying to you guys, I was trying to get his name again. Well, when I got his name and I was looking him up, I remembered, quite frankly, that we had named him before. Yeah. So it's interesting because I found that article, but evidently I had completely forgotten about it. So had his name right there in a news story. Yeah. But we have a middle name now, double barrel name, I should say. So we're going to definitely include that in there. So there's no confusion about who he is. And I had someone else reminding me yesterday. They said, Sandy, actually day before yesterday, they said, whatever happened to Dr. Luarca? Because this guy reminds us of Dr. Luarca. Do y'all remember Dr. Luarca? Dr. Luarca was the Cuban doctor. And the more I think about this, it's so interesting because the more I think about it, the more I recognize that, you don't want to paint nationalities with broad brushes because that would be not good, potentially prejudice. But there seems to be a certain mindset with some of the Cubans that we've had here. Now, to be fair, we have a lot of Cubans here who are not like this, and they be messaging me like, Sandy, please don't confuse us with these jokers. But of all of the nationalities that we've had in the Cayman Islands, I can't really remember any others that have gone on quite like this. And I wonder, given that they come from a country where they claim that they are so oppressed, right? It is a little bit odd to me that they're the ones who want to protest the most. A bit bizarre. And in the most ridiculous ways as well. Because it's not like they're doing that on a large scale in Cuba. because the Cuban government doesn't allow that, generally speaking. Although I must say, lately, since COVID, there was a lot of mass demonstrations during COVID because of the economy. Maybe things have changed recently, but these individuals were out before COVID, so that certainly doesn't logically explain why they are in love with protesting in the way that they do. So disrespectful. To Dr. Lewarker's credit, he wasn't as disrespectful as this guy, I must say. But remember, he was the Spanish doctor, the Cuban doctor, who was protesting because he also felt entitled, because he expected to come to Cayman, and because he had gotten, I guess, back in the day, he had political asylum as well, because he was certainly here. He wanted us to just automatically give him the right to work. Do you guys remember this? Not just the right to work, but he wanted to be a doctor at the HSA, no less. And so we were like, no, Bobo. What's the equivalent of Bobo in Spanish? We're like, no, Bobo. That's not how that works. You have to have a, proper certification here. You need to convert what you have from Cuba. Well, he didn't want to do the conversion. Yeah. So, because he didn't want to do the conversion, he thought that we were supposed to just automatically give him the right to practice medicine in our country. And everybody was like, no, that's not how this works. So he would do hunger strikes. You guys remember him? Anybody else remember Dr. Lorca? So yes, I was going to say this, Marshall. I remember hearing this. He did die during COVID in the US. I guess he was one of those that, he might have died early on, because to be fair, I don't know exactly when he died, but maybe he didn't also want to take the vaccine. I mean, but anyway, it is weird. So it is very, very strange, but there you go. May Dr. Lorca rest in peace. But eventually he went to the US. He was not interested in anything here anymore. Thank God. We were so happy to get rid of him. Another menace to society. Oh my God. These guys are unbelievable. So let me message Jean real quick. 6 minutes left. Okay, folder is called November 2025, and 6 minutes left on the upload. All righty. Honey chill. So now we've got this nuisance. And so let me read you the text for the petition. And then let me just see here. I will give you guys the link for the petition as well. All right, let me see. Let's have a little look-see. Oops, the image should be 500 px wide and 3. It's still not. Okay, let me send this to my web guy. It won't upload this. Strange. Okay. Apparently it's very specific, so I'm going to send that to him as again. See if we can get it. Okay, but here's what the petition text says, okay? Tell me what you guys think of this. I worded as best I could, honey child. So the title is Petition to Withhold Naturalization and Permanent Residency Rights. Let me scroll over. For Javier Juves Verona. And I was looking at his social media page last night, and I'm going to show you guys something. He made me chuckle. So it says, we, the undersigned residents and citizens of the Cayman Islands, hereby petition His Excellency the Governor and the Cayman Islands government, including the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board, to deny the granting of British Overseas Territory citizenship, brackets, naturalization, and any form of permanent residency or Caymanian status to Mr. And then I put his full name again. Our objection is based squarely on Mr. Verona's longstanding pattern of behavior that demonstrates poor character, disrespect for lawful authority, and disregard for the peace and order of our society. Okay, oops, 1 second. Over the years, hold on, where did I leave off? Right. Over the years, Mr. Verona has repeatedly engaged in conduct that is unbecoming of any person seeking the privilege of permanent residence, naturalization, or citizenship in these islands. His behavior has been consistently aggressive, confrontational, and disruptive, often directed toward government officials, civil servants, and members of the public. He has shown a sense of entitlement and hostility rather than humility, gratitude, and respect for the country that has provided him with refuge and opportunity. Despite numerous warnings and interventions, Mr. Verona has continued to disrupt public offices, film and verbally confront civil servants, and otherwise act in a manner that causes fear, distress, and unnecessary disturbance. His actions demonstrate an ongoing unwillingness to abide by the standards of civility, cooperation, and lawful conduct expected of those living in our community. The Cayman Islands is a peaceful and law-abiding jurisdiction, and we welcome those who contribute positively, uphold our values, and respect our institutions. However, citizenship and permanent residency are not entitlements. They are privileges extended to persons of good character, sound judgment, and respect for our laws and people. Mr. Verona's record of behavior, both in public and towards officials, makes it abundantly clear that he does not meet the character requirements for naturalization, Caymanian status, or permanent residency under the laws and expectations of the Cayman Islands. We therefore respectfully urge the government of the Cayman Islands and Permanent Residency Board to refuse his application for naturalization, permanent residence, or Cayman status, and to take whatever necessary steps to protect the peace, dignity, and safety of our island. Signed, the concerned citizens and residents, let me mute that. The concerned residents and citizens of the Cayman Islands. Okay. All right. Okay. So, yep. Okay. So there we go. That sounds okay. Like I said, I'm just waiting on the image. It has to be a specific size for the petition. So once that's done, I'm going to upload that here today. My graphics guy, he just got the image wrong again, the size. So once he does that, we're going to upload it and I will release it. And then we are going to do one for Larry as well. Larry, remember Larry? Hey, Johan, good morning, clean and straight. Marshall is in the house. Didn't he he went on a hunger strike, so he claimed, but there was evidence from people who were watching him, like the authorities, like at night he would leave, claiming that he was going home to take a shower or whatever. Yeah, right. No, honey child, he was going to stuff his face real quick. He was like on one meal a day, but it was in the middle of the night when he thought nobody was watching him. Hunger strike and never lost a pound. I was like, dude, please. I think he tried to do, at one point he claimed he did a 30-day hunger strike. I'm trying to remember all the details. At some point, did he go to prison for something? I can't even remember. Oh, Johan says you forgot deportation to his home jurisdiction or any other country. I mean, we can put that in there as a wish list item for sure, because he does have rights to the DR. But we figure if he's denied the right to permanently reside here, he's going to have to figure it out. So he's going to have to go to the DR. So that I thought that maybe that went without saying. However, you're right, Johan. Perhaps we should also put in a little paragraph there asking the government to review his asylum application. Good one, Johan, because we gotta spell it out for them. So hold on. Let me see here now. I'm going to add this. And speaking of writing letters and different things. I got to share one with you guys that I put up yesterday. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning, happy Sunday to you, hon. How's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
Just stuck in traffic.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you. Wanna say thank you first of all for taking the lead on this issue. I think it's significant enough that something is done publicly to highlight and address the issue. But I think the wider point that I wanted to make this morning, the Javiers of this world, the Crazy Larrys, and everybody else, I don't think we should be embarrassed or made to feel bad about making every attempt to have the right decisions get made in our country whenever it comes to somebody who is desperate to live here amongst us. If those two gentlemen in particular, and I don't know any of them, I've only seen the madness that they do on platforms and videos and so on and so forth. But the sense of entitlement that they both have about them, and the fact that, yes, I understand the system has to, there's a process and you have to go through that process in the system, but these two instances are as clear cut as it gets, because there's no chance in the world that Javier could carry on like this in Cuba. Zero. The fact that the man was involved in an act of piracy and still given the opportunity to stay here means that we have to have a overhaul and thorough review of our system, because I guarantee you we wouldn't tolerate any of that sort of behavior, and there would be significant consequences for any Caymanian that participated in such unlawful activity. So if we're going to have a standard where Caymanians are held accountable, and nobody better say in my presence again that Caymanians are entitled, because everybody that comes here never wants to leave. And there's some good people that come here. They're good people that integrate, that have made Cayman their home. But there are many that just see us as a new frontier, and they aren't interested in integration. They don't engage with Caymanians. They don't know any Caymanians. They've never sat down and had a meal with Caymanians, and so on and so forth. But they've got everything bad to say about Caymanians. And if Cayman is that bad, and if Caymanians are that bad, why are you here besides the economic benefits? You know what I mean? So I think if there's one thing that can unite all Caymanians, it's these sort of characters like the Crazy Larrys and the Javiers, and anybody else that is crazy enough to behave in such a unreasonable, unlawful, ungrateful manner. This is a cut and dry case where I don't care if you don't like me, if you don't like Sandra, but we can all agree these type of people need to go. And the system has to work to ensure that these people, the minute they show us who they really are, listen, this is not going to be a place that you can call home, because we don't need to incorporate or add outside ignorance and entitlement and unlawful behavior. We have our own people that we have to look after. So the sense of entitlement that these guys display is prevalent, but nobody wants to have that conversation because it's apparently only Caymanians that are lazy, only Caymanians that are working the system, only Caymanians that are entitled. And that narrative has to change, because there are multiple examples. And I just want to publicly thank you. Yeah, you do a lot of things that drive people crazy, but you're the only person that talks to the core issues like this. And I'm hoping that the decision makers will look at the rules, regulations of the process and amend them accordingly to accelerate the departure of any and all persons that come to our shores trying to make Cayman their home, that demonstrate such ignorance, such unlawful behavior, but more importantly, a lack of respect for the rules, people, laws, and that are the embodiment of entitlement. Caymanians, we've got to stand up together against these people in these examples, because we don't do it enough. And then when they become Caymanian, well, how he became Caymanian? Because we didn't say anything, because we didn't do anything. And to the civil service, to the head of the civil service, he's ultimately somebody that runs the civil service. This is a cut and dry decision. If Javier can go into a government building and act like a complete imbecile, rude, disrespectful, threatening behavior in a government building, what are you going to do to the average man on the street? Crazy Larry walked into somebody's car and tried to be. Crazy Larry's lucky it wasn't my child. Or anybody
And
else's child,
not only that, but Javier, imagine what he's going to do when he gets naturalization, PR, or the right to be Caymanian. I mean, my God, he only has asylum right now.
The system will have failed every single Caymanian if Javier gets whatever it is he's looking for, naturalization, PR, whatever. Crazy Larry should not be here any longer. You've proven that you don't have no sense and you don't have no respect. And I want to applaud that young man and his family for being law-abiding citizens, because had Crazy Larry attacked one of my children, we would be talking about, well, Johan shouldn't be going to jail for that, to be honest with you, because Johan didn't have to act like that. But that's the level that we've reached in Cayman society, where we have allowed people to come here, bully us, disrespect us, abuse us, assault us, and all we do is talk about it. These are clear-cut decisions where the characters have made it really simple. Their asses need to go. They can go anywhere.
Here's the
they just can't stay here.
Yeah, here's the most interesting thing about the situation with Javier, right? When he was in the government building multiple days in a row now, he actually was telling the security officials there that he's a Caymanian. So therefore, he's entitled to XYZ. I almost dropped through the floor when I heard that. I was like, he's a Caymanian? What part of him? Because remember a couple of weeks ago when it came up about him looking a job, the question was raised then because he was telling people who were trying to help him that he was Caymanian. And I was like, when did this dude become Caymanian? So he's also dishonest. And that is really, really interesting that he's going around telling people that he is a Caymanian, which is a bold-faced lie. So there's numerous reasons why he needs to go. But my goodness, what a mess.
The sense of entitlement, but the fact that he was involved in an act of piracy. And you've highlighted these issues and documented them very well. But the fact that he's been allowed to stay here after doing that lets you know that the system does not work. This is black and white, clear cut. Javier got go, period. And everybody like Javier got go. You are not entitled to be here. There's a process that you have to go through, but that does not guarantee that you will be successful in the application process, especially when you demonstrate character that he has demonstrated, which is bad for our community. Can you imagine what he will be like if, God forbid, he was successful in being naturalized, getting PR, getting status?
No,
I do a better job.
I mean, I can't imagine because he is wild already.
Listen, if he's like this now, we can't afford for him to get to the next level. And
this
is a call to all Caymanians. Stand your ground, and every other Caymanian that knows better will do better and stand with you against people that basically have no respect for us and our country. And this isn't about sounding like Trump. It's just enough is enough is enough. Keep doing your great job. And I had brownies in forever because
we're trying to lose weight, Johan. That's why you haven't had any.
Listen, you can't be doing them squats on the thing. You make me laugh. I nearly crashed yesterday, Mark, when you're doing your squat. You look like you were gonna pass out.
You should be joining me. That's the whole point. Instead of thinking about brownies,
diabetes and be 400 pounds. It's okay.
Oh my God! Don't say that. What is wrong with you?
Okay. I'll do better with my diet if we can get rid of Crazy Larry and Javier and all of them other people. The point
look at how he throws in. Look at how he throws in an impossibility. All them other people. No. You're gonna do better.
No. But the thing is, we're only talking about Crazy Larry and Javier. And there's hundreds of them.
Yes, but listen, some of them already have status, and unfortunately, the law does not permit us to do anything about them as it stands. So let's see what immigration reforms are coming. But for the ones that we can do something about, let's do something about those for now. All right.
Yeah. Thanks for everything you're doing. Really appreciate it.
All right, my dear. Okay, folks. The petition is live. I have shared the link there. If you need it on WhatsApp, I've sent it on the WhatsApp channel. But feel free to message me so that I can ensure that you get the petition. Okay. So let me just see here now, a few people, and some of you are, for whatever reason, you're unable to get access to, an online petition. Most of you have smartphones now, so it's pretty simple. You just, sign your name. But if for some reason you're unable to get to the petition, let me know and we'll see how we can get you. We'll have to print off some hard copied pages and stuff as well. So this person says, hi, I'm a little behind, but there's something called anti-national nationism, to which I know someone who has gotten their PR revoked for. In Cayman? So this Cuban man has proven he is anti-Caymanian with his words and actions. Might be something you can put in the petition. Oh, let me inquire with our legal eagles and see if that is something in the law. But again, I mean, it goes to his character, right? So if he doesn't meet the character requirement, because all of these things, all of these applications have a character requirement. And so the strongest argument that we can make legally, nationalism. Oh, okay, thanks. Clarify that's nationalism. So yeah, let's see if we can get to, let's see if we can get to give me 1 second here. Yeah, let's see if we can get to the core of this here. Somebody's sending me some stuff about Miss Universe. Oh Lord, I'm so sick and tired of these pageants. I just wish all pageants would disappear. Ugh, am I asking too much? All right, thank you. Jasara says that she signed it. Plain and Straight says sometimes acting like Trump is a great thing. No, honey child, nobody around here is acting like Trump. I can assure you of that. In fact, we are acting unlike Trump because we are staying within the confines of the law, and we are doing what we need to do within the confines of the law. Trump doesn't do that. So, if the law says character is important, we're starting a citizen-led initiative to have them look carefully at his character because his character has been unbecoming. No, Trump isn't doing that. Trump is sending people after American citizens who have a right to be there. That's not, that's not what we're doing here. So don't compare us to Trump, please, and thank you. Very, very different situation. Aliano, good morning. May I suggest a show, the show name called Beast Mode for this show? Oh my God. That's funny. Or you want a whole show called Beast Mode? Abby says he's early to class and talking sense. Give him some brownies. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get him to lose a few pounds. He's already a diabetic. I don't want to be, although I've been finding some healthier brownie recipes that I want to try in Johan, but knowing him, he's going to want the full fat version. Aliano says, unfortunately, we will be sympathetic. Unfortunately, we will be, not he, we will be sympathetic and bleeding hearts to forgive and forget. Uncle Johan, you need your own show. We support you, says Shaka Zulu. I'm going to send that to Johan just in case he's not listening. I've been encouraging people like him, Denny, Baliki, people who have a lot to say. Put your show together, folks. Bebop, beep, beep, bop says, wannabe Caymanian chat, please. When this person's like, oh, he's telling people he's a Caymanian, so therefore he's entitled. I'm just like, No. Let's stop this man in his tracks because he has lost the plot. He's crazy. Good morning, Miss Alice Jasmine. Hello. Joining us from cold Connecticut. Ooh, how cold is it? Already? Well, I guess it's November. Yeah, fall is here. Lavana made me cough, honey chair. Says, please, can someone donate a boat and let him go? I will donate some water. Like drinking water, ocean water. What? Yeah, I mean, heck, I would donate the boat. It would be in much better condition. Listen, them Panamanians, they will never pick up a soul out at sea ever again after what these Cubans did to them, because that's what happened. That's how they got on the boat, because they saw them out there in what they thought was a vessel that was not seaworthy. And, seafaring, whatever rules require them to do the right thing and pick up if you see someone in distress, or, you don't think their boat can make it. It requires you to pick them, maritime laws require you to pick them up. And that's what they did. And then these people talk about the height of ungratefulness. They then took over the boat and locked themselves in one of the rooms and refused to leave. Them poor Panamanians, they were cussing them in Spanish. Said, never again, you ungrateful so-and-so. Anthony says this man is dangerous for national security. We have Caymanians in prison in the UK under those grounds. That's where we need to put Javier. I think the governor needs to respond and answer to the Caymanian public for our safety. Listen, this is also my concern, is that one of these days his, antics is going to really escalate and somebody is going to get hurt, because he is very, very aggressive. I can tell you from eyewitnesses at the government building, the person that he was aiming it at, he seems to really a lot of times be hyper focused on women. I have noticed that from my own experience. He actually was trying to, when you go into the government building, the guards are there, you have to sign in, and somebody escorts you through that little gate. She was behind there because she's a civil servant, and he was actually trying to go through that gate to get to this woman. I'm just like, what on earth is wrong with this man? The security guard had to get in his face and said, sir, you can't do that. And then he's walking around, filming people and going on like a lunatic. I was just like, wow. And, nobody's checking him for weapons. I'm just saying, not trying to put my goat mouth in anybody, but hello. Island Pearl says his wife is from DR. He can go and demand citizenship from them. Exactly. Same thing I've been saying. He has all rights there. Married to Dominican, be on your way. But instead, we kowtowed to him. And I think it was the last governor kowtowed to his, demands, and gave his wife the ability to be able to stay here as long as he's here. And I'm just like, what? Oh, well, if that's all it takes, then Caymanians better start protesting themselves. Island Pearl says him and his wife need to go to the DR. Let him behave like that over there. It would go missing fast. Morning, Aliano. Irvelin says you can also put that he commandeered the ship holding people hostage. I didn't want to make it too long, so I thought broadly talk about his character, but does the governor's office not know all this stuff about the man already? I mean, come on now. Let me just see here. Okay. So yeah, I mean, they should know this stuff. Oh, I see my website is having an issue. Oh my gosh, let me message Glenn. What's going on here? Uh-oh, no bueno. All right. So yeah, it's a hot mess and then some. And so, gotta get on top of it. All right. Okay. Why is it that when I inquire, like somebody sends me something and I bring it to you, just sign the petition. He has to go fast as this person. When I bring something to someone's attention, like, okay, we're getting this complaint or whatever, why do people say to me, who sent it? That's the first question that comes out of your mouth. Please don't say that to me. Will y'all please, you should know how this works by now, right? I do many of you individuals and NPOs and organizations and whoever you are courtesy by saying, this has come up, which means that chances are it's going to make news. don't say to me who sent it, because I'm not going to answer that question. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. All right, keeping it moving here, folks. Jasara said kaboom to Johan. Miss Felicia, good morning. Mitzi's here. Abby, buenos dias. Okay, so yes. Jasmine says, when I used to live in the Cayman Islands, I felt so safe. My God, why do these people come to make people feel unsafe in their own country? It's a sad situation. Miss Bonnie, how are you? Johan says that let's deal with all these bad characters desperate to become Caymanian. They're showing us who they really are. So if you want to be a monkey, be a gorilla. Method man. What? Monkeys and gorillas are part of the same general species, but still different. What do you say? Method man says, if you're going to be a monkey, be a gorilla. Yes, sir. Buenos dias, Miss Erica. How are you? Jamila says, tell him, Auntie, you got a new treadmill. So Johan, so join Johan. We're going to start a walk-in challenge. So we already have a treadmill, but that one is oversized. And in the gym, we have a walking vibration pad right here in the box. And we are going to do a bit of unboxing later on so that we can get to that. Oh, honey child. I don't even want to think about U.S. politics. Lucille says, good morning, Sandy. Love always. Stay strong. Lots of blessings for Cayman and Caymanians. Thank you. Morning, Ms. Damaris. Emma, good morning to you as well, my darling. So get to signing that petition, folks. Dottie says we're outnumbered in our own country. Jesus says it's the same animal. A monkey and a gorilla? Not really. They're kind of like cousins. Gorillas and monkeys, they're totally different. I mean, they're part of the ape, what is that, species? But they're different. So monkeys have a tail. Gorillas are significantly larger than monkeys. The average gorilla weighing up to 600 pounds. Monkeys weigh less than 100 pounds. So I think the point that Johan is making, if you're gonna do it, go large, right? So gorillas don't tend to be as tree dwelling as monkeys. Monkeys be swinging from the branches. Gorillas, I think they can, because of their size, they don't really quite do that as much. Yeah, so I guess they are part of the same genome. I don't know. Go back to science class and tell me how it works. But I think I get the gist of what he's saying. Okay. All right. If we have time, we'll talk about Miss Universe drama, but Lord have mercy. Okay. The things that we learn. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Cayman for Caymanians, says this person. Thank you so much. And, you know, we are very open, like I said, to having people come here, but you have to know how to behave yourself at the very minimum. We'd love for you to integrate and to, you know, contribute. But if you're not going to do any of that, and I haven't even said that this man has made 0 positive contributions to this country. He's done not just made 0 positive contributions. He's also done the opposite. He's become a menace. He has demonstrated that his character is not something that we want around. Yeah. All right, so please share the petition. You have the link. I've sent it out. If you've signed it, please, please, please share the petition link with others as well. Share it wide and far. Okay, so I will do the one with Larry a little bit later on. In fact, let me get Larry's image ready. Same size of Larry. The guy, my design guy has no clue who Larry is. So, what was that? The road rage incident. Search the website for his picture. What was Larry's last name again? Somebody remind me of Larry's last name so we can post it up. Okay. All righty. Plain and Straight says, you're a very well-known journalist in Cayman. They have to be nutty to ask you who sent it. Child, nuttiness is not even, I don't even know what to say about people. Do not ask me that question. That's just crazy. I don't know why people do that. All right. Speaking of crazy people who will send you stuff, remember I told you guys that I got this letter from this company requesting that this guy's the story be taken down because he's now suffering. What do you call it? He's now suffering repercussions from his own behavior, basically. So I sent him. So this is a company called Lambert something or another, and they've messaged us before. So they're in the reputation protecting business. So this is what in part their letter said. They were writing it on behalf of this guy, Terry Cushing, and basically asking us to take down our story. And I'm like, these people must be local. In what world, do you ask people to take down a story? So they come with all kind of cockamamie BS. And this is essentially what they said. Let me show you. They sent the link. We're contacting you on behalf of Terry Cushing in connections with the following URL on your website. Now, remember, he's the attorney who last month in September crashed while driving under the influence. Of course, we covered the story as we always do. And they found the Facebook link. So they sent the full Facebook link. So anyway, here we go. First, please be advised that this letter does not constitute a notice of intent to take legal action. Let me stop right there. They say that up front because they know they have no right to legal action. Duh. We know that already. Then they go on, though the undersigned is a lawyer, we have been engaged as negotiators and facilitators. Mm-hmm. So let me see here now. So they, okay. Yes, thank you. So yeah, so they, one second here. So they continue, and so what their business is about is they try to help people who end up in the news, who can afford to try to fix their reputation. Because now when people Google them, when people Google Terry Cushing, he's a lawyer in the US, it's going to come up. So they go on to say, though the undersigned is a lawyer, we have been engaged as negotiators and facilitators. While we support the media and free speech rights, right, we believe that there are additional facts and or contexts of which you may be unaware. That would change the nature of the story, result in potential inaccuracies, or inadvertently lead readers to an inaccurate conclusion. Furthermore, Terry is suffering ongoing negative impacts, and all their letters are the same, on his personal and professional lives. Typo. Shall we tell them there's a typo? As a result of the media on this topic and the ease with which it is discoverable via internet search. We're happy to provide further details. However, due to the sensitive nature of some of the information, we are only able to do so if you agree to keep any information disclosed strictly off the record. Terry wishes to move beyond all the negative online media. Good for him, poor ting. While certain information should be archived, it is no secret that the internet and technology have made it increasingly difficult to move beyond any type of negative associations. Negative associations, Naina, yes. Regardless of accuracy and veracity, no matter how small. Driving under the influence in another country and crashing, and they have the audacity to talk about no matter how small, they got to be joking. Therefore, we request that the URL in question be removed from your website. Alternatively, we're open to compromise arrangements such as de-indexing, editing, or name removal. Thank you for your time and consideration of this request. Please feel free to contact us at any time regarding this matter. Email is our preferred method of communication. The undersigned. Yeah, good for you. And you forgot to put a full stop after that undersigned. Anyway, they're global. New York, Florida, and the UK. Well, I'm going to show you now the response that I sent yesterday. They have emailed me 3 times. So I was really forced to finally respond yesterday because, quite frankly, I tend to just ignore these ridiculous requests, but they keep sending it. I guess Mr. Terry Cushing trying to get his money's worth. So they kept messaging me, and here is what I had to say in response to this absolutely ridiculous request. Dear Mrs. Nugent, we acknowledge receipt of your correspondence regarding Mr. Terry Cushing. As with all matters of public record, the article in question was based directly on official court documents and proceedings. We're confident in the accuracy of what was reported, including the details entered into the public record and confirmed by a court reporter. If you believe any specific factual information in our coverage is inaccurate, you are welcome to provide verifiable corrections supported by the relevant court documentation. As is our established editorial policy, we will review any such material and consider an update if warranted. However, we cannot remove or alter accurate reporting, nor do we enter into off-the-record arrangements, put that in quotations, in cases involving published material. Transparency is a fundamental principle of responsible journalism, and we do not make confidential modifications to factual reporting. We respect that Mr. Cushing may find the consequences of his conduct challenging, but such consequences arose from actions that occurred in this jurisdiction, and the matter is of public record. Accordingly, unless you can provide documented evidence of factual inaccuracies, we're not in a position to assist further on this matter. Please note that repeated requests to remove accurate reporting will not result in a different outcome. We wish your client the best as he moves forward. And that was me being nice. Actions that he, it's a result of his own conduct, consequences of his own conduct. And now they are talking about, challenges. And it's so funny because this literally just happened. And already they think in their minds that, he wants to move past this. This is something that should be, de-index and whatever. I'm thinking, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. I cannot imagine what these people are thinking when they send this kind of correspondence. Thank God he didn't kill anyone, but he could have. And that would have been a very, very egregious ending to this. And so we cannot tolerate these types of requests. So if you're listening to this program, Terry Cushing and your friends and family, don't waste your money on companies like Lambert International, whatever they're called, because that's exactly what you're doing. We're not going to do it. And I don't know any other publication in the Cayman Islands if they're used to this sort of thing. But, if they are, then that's a crying shame. But we will not remove it. Okay? So too bad, too sad for you. Mm-hmm. All right. Sure. All right, let's keep it moving because I ain't got time for stupidity. But, I also wanted to say that, trust me, for every single Caymanian, Jamaican, Honduran that doesn't have the necessary resources to send me this type of correspondence or hire this international firm, imagine, if I just do it for people with money. That is so absolutely unfair. I wouldn't even consider such a thing. Good morning, Miss Sherry Ann. Aliana says, wow, imagine how much money you must have to whitewash your image from the internet. They do it all the time, Aliano, trust and believe me. And so that bit about, oh, he wants to move past it, it's damaging to him. I'm like, really? You should have thought about that before. Seriously. That's the kind of thing that you think about before you drink and drive. The reputational damage, of course, is there. That's why you don't do certain things, if for nothing else. He wishes to move past all the negative online media. Good for him. And this is a lesson to all of us that these things do live on the internet. And this bit here made me chuckle. It is increasingly difficult to move beyond any type of negative associations. Associations? Really? This is not an association. This is a direct result of your own actions, honey child. And then they go on to say, regardless of accuracy and veracity. Veracity means like truthfulness. What a hot mess. No matter how small. I'm glad that y'all think that drinking and driving is a small matter, because it's not. We have lost too many innocent people have lost their lives to the stupidity of people like Terry Cushing. In fact, I think we need to do a story on this so that you guys can stop messaging me about this sort of nonsense. Okay? Because maybe they message me because they think they're going to get some kind of result, although in the past they've never done so. We need to just do a story to say, please don't contact CMR, because it ain't going to happen, honey, Jill. All right. Morning, Miss Gina. How you doing? Ryan says, yes, the gorilla is a great ape belonging to the super family of Hominoidea, which includes all apes, gibbons, orangutans, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, and humans. And then monkeys are like cousins, right? Mr. Ranford, people coming on here need to know that they have a privilege and opportunity coming here, to make their lives better. And it's their / our duty to make Cayman better. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Okay. All right, Miss Ventisha, just check the private message section on your screen. I just sent you a little message there. And we're going to pull you in just a second. Shaka says they message you just to say they did, not because they have enough grounds to support their argument, Auntie Sandy. That's clear, crystal clear. And this is where they try to confuse you with bigly words, as Trump would say. We can use that from Trump, or borrow that from Trump. Bigly words, bigly words. And so they think all this jargon, and you notice how they start out, right? I mean, they make it very clear that they don't have any legal rights. So they say, first, please be advised that this letter does not constitute a notice of intent to take illegal. You didn't have to say that, because we know that already, because you can only take legal action if it's defamatory, which it isn't. So what else? It's just so odd, because court reporting is something that people do every single day all over the world, and it's taken as a very serious matter. That's why we try to make sure that we're as accurate as possible. Speaking of accuracy, David says that letters sound like an under the table payment, right? He says, great negotiation skills. Oh, they be trying, honey child. I told y'all the other day, the one who tried to offer me $1,000 to the NPO of my choice in order to take down a story. And I laughed. I was like, I only asked the amount because I wanted to see what her reputation was worth to her. I said, wow, you're going to make, this is how the conversation went. I'm like, you're going to make a donation to the NPO of my choice. Let's see how many people we're going to be feeding, right? So I'm like, well, what amount are you talking about? $1,000 US. I tell you no lie, I burst out laughing when I read her message. I was like, lady, please go sit down. Don't be ridiculous. We wouldn't be considering a $10,000 bribe, but $1,000 is a joke, and then some. Mm-mm-mm. All right, so we're going to bring in Miss Ventisha here in just a second to talk about Pirates Week. But speaking of pirates, these people are like straight up pirates. They're like so funny. Yeah. There was another one. I'm trying to remember this one now. Oh gosh, I was just going to tell you another story, and then the details just left me. It'll come back to me. Remind me. There was another situation recently where, no. This one is Kimanian. So I want to correct something because this is important. This is actually very, very important. Remember the other day, we did another court story where we had a young man who was sentenced to 10 years, and it said hard labor. Okay, there's a reason why I want to bring this story up, because this is actually quite important. And so a family member of his reached out, and they said, Miss, this is the one who assaulted the customs officer. Actually, you know what? Let me save that for after our segment with Miss Ventisha, because I want all 373 plus 13 over here. Y'all need to stay tuned. Don't leave. If I see you leave, you're not going to get the story. You want to hear this one because this is actually very, very interesting. And I have some sauce on the young man as well, who is now going to spend at least 60% of 10 years in jail. Let's welcome Miss Ventisha Connolly. Are you the only one joining us this morning, ma'am?
I am. The Honorable Minister was hoping that he would join, but, Parliament.
Yeah. Yes. The budget, time for the budget. That's going to start today. So I expected you to dress up in your little pirate's outfit, though.
I am one of them that's going to have a Pirates Week t-shirt on, and maybe a hat, and that's it.
I feel you. So I have personally never dressed up as a pirate, but I think it's probably fun to at least do every once in a while. I know the kids really have a good time with it, but you're here to talk about all things Pirates Week, because gosh, I don't know where the time goes, but it is that time of year yet again.
Yeah, I can kind of remember January rolling around, and I was, doing the Heroes Day thing and planning for Emancipation Day, because that was a few months out. The election was upcoming, and then bam,
Here it is.
Yeah.
So pretty crazy.
It's been a crazy year. So we are gearing up to kick off actually tonight. The Pirates Association have teamed up with the team at Peppers, and so they're having their first little get together tonight. They're kicking it off with the Pirates Party at Peppers, starting at about 7:00. The Pirates are going to be there. There's going to be great music, great food. I think that's why I'm going to go, not for the pirating, but the great food that's at Peppers. So we're kicking it off there. But also, I mean, if you don't want to go there and party, you can head over to Mango Tree, who's partnered up with the Darts Association, who surprisingly we learned this year were a staple on the older Pirates Week calendar. There was always a darts tournament. And then, of course, COVID happened and things just went downhill. So they reached out and said, hey, we want to be a part of this again. Can we come back? Sure. We love it. I mean, we're the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage. So, having that sport element in there is what we wanted too. So we've teamed up with Cruz and the guys and gals at the Darts Association to have a Mickey Mouse tournament tonight. There are prizes to be won. So if you don't want to party with the Pirates, you can head on over to Mango Tree and do the darts tournament.
Wow, nice. And that organization has brought home medals, and they're very, very active. So I'm sure a lot of people enjoy actually seeing that. So this is a full calendar of events. There's a lot that happens during Pirates Week. So first of all, let me remind you that this has been part of Cayman's, on the landscape for 48 years. We have been celebrating Pirates Week. And I remember, even before I left Cayman, I remember that it used to be at the cricket, like where the cricket pitch is now. That was way back in the day. That was where like the big, like the final event used to take place. So yes.
We've been going through a lot of the archives, archival stuff.
Yeah.
So we
I
haven't.
remember walking from there as a young child and going home.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, maybe that'll come back for the 50th anniversary, because we are at 48 years now, and in 2 years' time, we are with the at the 50th celebration. So it's going to be a lot bigger than our celebration this year. So maybe that's a part that I'll need to pick your mind on, Sandy, and get.
Yeah, I don't remember.
For.
I'm probably not the best person to pick their mind because I actually have a horrible memory. The only reason I remember this is, unfortunately, there was an accident from another guy who was drinking and driver, a Canadian guy, and he had a little Volkswagen, and he hit me, my sister, and her friend as we were trying to walk back home from the celebration. So that's why I remember it, because I have no other memory really before that time. Except that incident happened. So I think just a personal aside, but nothing to do with Pirates Week. But we were actually walking from. Somebody says that I'm confusing it with the annual agriculture. No. There was. I mean, maybe in a child's memory, it was further than that. But I remember it being at that like general area, because we lived off of Hospital Road, so we were going to walk straight down and basically be at our house, But yeah, anybody remembers this, or is my brain completely confused from the accident? Who knows?
Yeah, if anybody remembers, has photos of it, please reach out to us. We'd love to see that and understand that. So it's something our goal is to bring back, some of those parts of Pirates Week that have been long forgotten, and start bringing back a part of that nostalgia for going forward.
Yeah. So lots of events. Some that I really, really enjoy was the turtle release. Every single year that happens. That's sponsored by the Cayman Islands Turtle Center. So you can actually go and you see them release little baby turtles into the ocean. And of course, as my memory serves me correctly, where they get released, they come back to, right?
Yes. So this year we are releasing three, I think they're yearlings or 2 yearlings. So they're about 2 years old this year from Governor's Beach with the Cayman Turtle Center on Friday morning. There will be areas for you to view and see the turtles as they go down into the water, and a little bit of education. The guys at the Turtle Center always educate whoever's there with what's happening and what, as you just said, information about turtles and once we release them, where they come back to. So they'll be there with us tomorrow at 10 a.m. to release those 3 little ones. And 2 of the 3 have been named by schools. So you'll get to hear that too. I think I heard one was named Star, and the class that named it Star has Star as the acronym because they have, they spelled out Star and had a word for Star for the turtle. So it's always a fun interactive time for the kids, for the schools students with us there.
Fantastic. So a week-long, event. And of course, I think kind of the highlight for most people are the heritage days, because the district days, because they really allow people to go out and try food and activities by specific districts. So let's go through some of these as well.
Yeah. So we start on Monday, the 10th. up at North Side. Every district day starts at 11 and it goes until probably about 10, 11 o'clock at night. So we start on the 10th with North Side, and North Side this year is starting us off with the district days with a bang. Jeff and Feliciana and those up there have not only their heritage displays and so on, but they're doing a jet ski race. There's a fish tea competition, and I want to say there's one other one. But yeah, if you have nothing doing on Monday, but you're going to have a lot, because we do even have a lot on Monday, the Monday happening. Head on up to North Side throughout the day, get some food, enjoy the activities that are happening. The Pirates, of course, will be there. And then we move to the other end of the island on West Bay on Tuesday, the 11th. We head back to Boddentown on the 12th. We end up in Georgetown on the 13th, and a great part of what we're having Georgetown on the 13th is I think there's 3 or 4 cruise ships in on that day.
Mm-hmm.
So not only are we, reaching out and touching our locals, but we want to make sure that we are able to incorporate and give those persons coming off the cruise ships a little bit of what our heritage is. So there's going to be great food and fun in Georgetown on the 13th. And then we end up, as I think this is a norm coming back, but East End is on the Friday night.
Mm-hmm. All right, wonderful. And it's kind of a challenge. I feel like everybody is like, oh, they got to go to East End for the best food. Obviously, a lot of people love the culinary skills of our East Enders. Well known for that, I would say. And so East End is always a big event. But I feel like West Bay does really well also.
Zita May and her team there in West Bay do a great job with their Heritage Day. So I mean, they all do. Zita is and her team in West Bay, Robert Barry and Anita Lapierre and the team there in Boddentown are really putting it together. Their celebration is going to be, centered around the Nurse Josie Center. So again, having that heritage display for our kids and for visitors alike to be around there. Cheryl and Dale and Donna in Georgetown, along with the Miss Christine Burke and Lucille, they always, bring out, and we'll have, probably Donna Bryan in her traditional costume and thatching as the day goes in Georgetown. And then, of course, Edney and Kendall and those in East End, they, bring out all the stops. They don't hold anything back. And the food's great. The atmosphere is great. The entertainment's going to be great at each of the district days.
Interesting. All right. We got a few comments here. Thank you guys so much. Blessed Thursday, Lady D1. So good to see you. Melanie was also thinking, no, definitely. I think that was Agriculture Fair at Cricket Square. But Lavana says, I remember going to the cricket field as a young child for Pirates Week. I remember the song contest there too. Ooh. So yeah, so there's some sort of, we need to get the facts on this one, but some sort of some sort of situation there. I'm pretty sure it was Cricket Square, because we wouldn't have been walking as far as well, I don't ever remember going to an agriculture event when I was really, really young. So I don't know. All right, somebody's going to clear it up for me. Probably have to ask my aunt, because she would remember best. Pirates Week Committee should consider a pickleball competition for next year. Would be a big hit with the kids and adults, says Aisle 2025. Oh, yeah.
We'll take that one into consideration.
Sean Hennings says they had the Pirates Week song competition final at the agriculture grounds. Now, this would have been, folks, oh gosh, let me see how old I was. This was probably the late 70s. I can't remember exactly when I had this accident, when I was involved, but I'm going to ask my aunt. She probably remembers more than I do. Aisle 2025 says, why have they brought back the teen block party? It's scary, the things that went on when they had it in the past years. Hopefully there'll be security and police on hand. Shouldn't be for any, younger than 16.
Okay, so I do want to address that.
Yes.
So we did bring it back because the teens came and said, there's really nothing for us. We want to have something back, and we're all for it. And we are working with both of John Gray and Clifton Hunter's PTAs. They're a part of it. The National Drug Council is a part of it, and our partners at the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. There won't be a dark area for them to creep away and have anything scary happening. We've also hired security that will be wanding people. There's a set of rules. There are wristbands. You've got to, come there with a parent, and the parent can say, yep, I'm leaving my child. They'll get banded so that if you're in there, it means that we verify that you're a teen between the ages of 10 and 17. There's no one that's going to be in there that should not be in there. We're having the teen block party in the Kirk House parking lot. So that's behind the Kirk House building between and the Butterfield parking lot structure, so that it's a closed-in environment. There's only one way in and one way out that's going to be manned by security. We are partners at AI Rentals. We're lighting up the area, so there's not going to be any type of scary sections that we have to worry about things happening.
Good, because safety definitely a big consideration.
Very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Al 2025, for asking the question, and thanks to Ms. Ventisha, for giving us all the details. Island Pearl says, what does a jet ski race have to do with the heritage of Cayman? I think we've kind of adopted it now, though. I mean, lots of Caymanians enjoy anything on the water, and, jet skiing becoming an annual event, I think, is a thing now. Ventisha, you want to respond to that one?
I mean, the district committees, the heritage committees in each district can add elements to their district day. I know a couple of them are doing dominoes tournaments within their district day and stuff like that. So Northside, what Island Pearl might not know, that Northside Racing, and I'm also part of the Cayman Islands Watercraft Association. Northside Racing is a team that participates in CWA's races throughout the year. So, I would actually say that, Minister Ebanks, who's from Northside, and his wife, Feliciana, both of their kids participate in jet ski racing. Jonathan just came back from World Finals in Lake Havasu. So that's a big part of what they do there in Northside. So it didn't seem, out of the way for them to integrate a jet ski race in their Heritage Day. And it's not, going to take a whole day. It's just a part of their activities throughout the day.
Yeah. Okay. Shaka Zulu says, please make sure that the fish tea is actually Caymanian fish tea and not fish soup, as other cultures like to call fish tea. Okay.
Well, they'll see that they've got judges there happening in Northside, but I was also tell Shaka Zulu, if he wants them to know exactly what Caymanian fish tea is, there's $1,000 to win for the best fish tea. I know. If I could cook like that, Sandy, I would.
Yeah, I'm not a tea or soup person at all, so no. I wouldn't even try it, honey. Isle 2025 says only so many people have a jet ski to race. Maybe hosting events more people can partake in, bring a larger crowd, and make for more participation. Well, people like to watch. Jet skiing is a spectator sport. Yes. I mean, trust me, because it's a sport and it's a skill that you have to have. So you wouldn't want amateurs jumping at a jet ski and really getting involved in a competition. So I think the Shaka Zulu and past events, it actually draws a pretty good crowd of spectators, just because people like to enjoy watching it. So Catherine says, I believe I have some photos of Pirates Week at the cricket field with the go-karts. I may have misspoke because someone said they thought they heard me say cricket square. No, the cricket pitch / cricket field is where I'm referring to, because for some odd reason, I think just because it was a traumatic event, I do remember the path that we took, like how we walked. So we went from the cricket field and went down Smith Road. And basically, if you walk all the way down Smith Road, you get to Hospital Road where we used to live, right? So that was the most direct path. And that's where we were going when we got hit, somewhere on Smith Road. I feel like it was closer to like before you get to Pasadora Place. So it was between Bobby Thompson and Pasadora Place where the accident actually happened. But yeah, somebody else says, no, Sandy, you're right. Good morning, Sandy. Yes, you're correct. The Pirates Week festivities were held at the cricket field, aka the agriculture ground on Smith Road. See, I never even knew that that was the agriculture ground at some point, but there you go. For many years, we went there to see Merry Men and the Trade Winds playing, and there's a few times during Pirates Week. There was an upstairs place that we could go into, and it overlooked the field right where the building is right now. Which building? Plus bleachers were there also. Plus we had the agriculture show, and then there was Ash Wednesday. Bentisha, you need to get those photos, girl.
Yeah, I'm going to come and find Miss Catherine today and see if we can grab those photos. Actually, I might send Tanissa out to see Miss Catherine and see if she can get those photos for us.
Yeah. Lavana says that East End is always the most popular district. Trisha says Jamaica's taken that brand away every year here in Cayman. It's so boring. Well, hold on now. Stick a pin, because they say the greatest form of flattery is imitation. So yes, we reported just a few months ago that Jamaica is going to be starting their own Pirates Week. 45 years. They're probably not going to be able to do it now, unfortunately, because of the hurricane, but they wanted to start it. But they're imitating us. So that means we're getting something right. Yeah. Because we've been doing it for 48 years. And finally they were like, maybe we should try it.
Yeah. And a big thing too, that they have to actually be careful with, and we are letting them know, is that the tagline Pirates Week has been trademarked by the Cayman Islands.
Ooh la la!
So they're gonna be having to be rewording.
They have to call it something else.
Yes. We
that was good. That was good. That was very smart. Whoever thought to trademark that was smart. Honey child. Look at them civil servants remembering to do things like that. Very important. So yeah, they'll have to call it something else. I don't know what else they could call it, but yeah. Pirates Week is just it's a great title. It's fitting. So the Jamaican Tourism Board said that they were going to do a Kingston's Pirate Week, unveiled recently at their Pegasus Hotel there in New Kingston. And so now they'll have to change it to something else. But it had received backing from the Jamaican Tourism Board. Listen, if something works, I'm not against something that works, right? So looks like they were ready to copy a lot of the elements of what we do, talking about pirates and wenches and the Pirates Festival, the city run theme, Pirates Run the City, all kind of stuff. So ideas are not as original as they used to be. Now in Florida, in Tampa, actually, they have a Gasparilla Pirates Festival. And in some parts of the UK, they have kind of like pirates related things going on as well. But the Gasparilla Run, I know, is very popular, having lived in Florida. So Shaka...
We were also reaching out and making those connections back with Gasparilla, with the Seattle Pirates. There's an association in Connecticut. And actually this year, a part of that, we're bringing down to bring some new, but I think old elements to it. We're bringing down a drum corps. So these guys are reenactment actors that do a lot of those battlefield reenactments, and so they're coming down dressing as pirates and going to be there with their drums, the bagpipes, and the flute to bring that added element to Pirates Week this year.
Very nice. Trisha wants to know what entertainment will be at each district day. So one thing I must say, Trisha, is they really go out of their way to add a lot of activities. And this is the part now where a lot of people don't know all of the activities that are happening. So we posted the initial schedule on our social media channels so that people can see. There's a cardboard regatta. There is an opening of a food court, water mermaid showcase. Obviously, the Pirates Landing. This is this Saturday is the big stuff. The float parade. You've got fireworks. In the evening, you've got Cayman Culture and Food Festival. The teen block party, which we mentioned. So all those things are happening on the 8th of November. And then on the 9th, we've got Pirates Against Plastic Beach Cleanup. So adding some environmentally friendly elements to it. What is the Pooch Parade? Is that for dogs?
Yes, it is. So you could dress Zeus up
Oh
and
my
bring him to the
gosh.
parade. So we've teamed up this year with the Cayman Islands Humane Society to host the Pooch Parade at the
So
Cayman
cute.
Turtle Center. So we're going to use the front patio area to have the Pooch Parade. It's $25 to enter your dog, and that is a donation
Okay.
that goes to the Humane Society.
Mhm.
And we have a prize for, best costume, and I want to say there's 2 prizes for the pups. So Saskia over at the Humane Society said, let people know we've got a few costumes left for dogs and cats.
Oh, okay.
So you can head on over to the Humane Society and pick up your costume and bring your dog down on Sunday to Cayman Turtle Center and
Oh my
enter
gosh.
into that.
I wish I
It's
had
gonna
more
be
notice.
fun.
I would have justified. He don't have no behavior, Gil. Ventisha, he is so feisty. I can't take that dog out in public.
I have 3 of them, Sandy, and I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
He gets so excited and he wants to bark at everybody. And oh, Lord, I think though I need to take him out more because if he went out more, he'd probably be better behaved because it'd be kind of normal for him to be around other dogs, right? But he'd just be going crazy.
I've got 3. They're very friendly, but they're still some of the worst behaved kids I've ever had.
No behavior, child. Poor Zeus. He's such a sweetheart, but can't take him out in public.
Yeah.
All right. So there's also somebody's chuckling talking about no behavior. There's the sports day, which is going to happen on the 10th. And they have the Pirates Week 5K walk run. Ooh, that sounds like fun. And then you've got the Harbor half a mile.
Sea swim. So a few years ago when Bernie Bush, the Honorable Bernie Bush was the minister, he wanted to have something in the water in the harbor. And so teamed up with CIASA and said, let's do a half mile, 800-meter sea swim. So we start at Cayman Cabana is our starting point. And then we swim into Hogstye Bay. So that is what's going to be happening that afternoon. And then we have the basketball tournament that's going to be happening throughout the day at the Cayman Bay Arc for those basketball enthusiasts and all of our sporting activities have prizes to be won. Every participant will get a Pirates Week medal saying that they've participated. So, and we skipped over on the 9th, on the Sunday, we will be hosting a family fun day with the Cayman Turtle Center at the Cayman Turtle Center. So, there's discounted if you come dressed in your costume there, you get in for free. And there's a discount for parents coming in with the kids. But also every year we try to touch our visitors who are divers. And we host with Sunset Divers at Sunset House, the underwater treasure hunt. So it's open to local divers if you want, but as well as our visitors who are here for, of course, diving in our spectacular waters.
All right. So Trisha's asking about night entertainment, bands, local acts, DJs. So tell us when that happens, or some of it, Trisha.
So on Saturday, the 8th, on the main stage, we will be having our local bands. So we've got Heat, we've got Regeneration, Backbeat. There's another one. I want to say it's Impulse, but can't remember off the top of my head. And we're also bringing in one international entertainer from Barbados. We're bringing in Marsville Plus One. So that will be our entertainment. Of course, our local DJs will be throughout on the main stage as the bands are changing out. We have this year for the first time, and she's debuting a song that she wrote herself. A little 8-year-old pirate or mermaid, she wants to call herself, Lily Michael Cabana, will be premiering her song, I Believe I'm a Mermaid.
Aw.
So we've incorporated that into it too. So that's going to be on the main stage. Then we have the
Cute.
waterfront stage. So down at the South Terminal, there's going to be a smaller stage with a little bar and chairs and stuff set up for after, you know, the parade has gone through and everybody kind of moves towards that. There'll still be a stage there at the waterfront. And on that stage, we're bringing him back. We're telling him to dust off his feet because, you know, he doesn't wear shoes. So on that stage will be Barefoot Man and Jeff Japal and those guys. We've got Eden Hurlston and Dexter Bodden is going to be out on the waterfront stage. So if you want to get away from a lot of the noise that's going to be happening with the main stage in the main area, you can go down to the waterfront down by the South Terminal and enjoy that stage down there with those, you know, old good Caymanian boys.
All right. So a little bit of something for everyone. Anthony has a suggestion. He says, let's see, if we could do a car show. He feels like spicing it up to include a car and bike show. Caymanians have always been fascinated by cars.
Okay. All right.
They'll jot it down, Anthony.
I'm jotting it down right here now.
Yeah. All right. Not a bad idea. But they have several car shows. I know a couple of weeks ago, somebody was telling me they had a car show. They forgot to tell me about it. So I wasn't there. But they did have a car show recently. And then I was told someone else has one coming up. Another one coming up soon.
There is I spoke with Colin Lumsden a couple of weeks ago, and he said that after Pirates Week, there's another one coming up, something in caffeine, cars and caffeine or something. So there's another car show, but it's a great thought, and I've jotted it down so that, you know, when we start planning again in January, this is an element that we can look to see how we can incorporate. So we'll reach out to that association to have that.
All right. Gabby said she's going to dress up her little one, her little bully, order him a costume. Yeah. If I had more notice, I probably would have done one off of Amazon, but I'll see I'm tempted to take Zeus just to see if I can get him to behave, but I don't know. Thank you so much, Trisha, again for that. Hopefully that has been answered. Shaka Zulu is obsessed with fish tea. We need to get you some good fish tea, Shaka. My goodness. What about timing? Will these events be on Cayman time? Lord Jesus.
So we've got a schedule. We've got time there. I can't guarantee you that
everybody understands
exactly. But you know, we're gonna push for it to be on time as much as possible.
All right. Well, Aisle 2025 seconds that about a car and bike show. They said that would be a huge hit. So there you go. Something else for the Pirates Week Planning Committee to consider. So folks, it kicks off this evening, and then you've got some major events coming up. Please check our social media channels. Our newsletter is going out again. We've just started, resending that out because a lot of people miss the CMR weekday newsletter, which you get directly in your email box. If you want to be added to that list, please send us your email address. We're happy to add you to the list. Some people just find that a lot easier. And we have the schedule, the district days, etc., in that email as well, so that you can just click on that, save that image if you'd like, that you see up on your screen now, so that you don't forget. Miss Brenda says fish tea is a Jamaican thing, not Caymanian. Just saying. Hot mess. There have been elements of our culture that we've definitely adopted from other people. That's for sure. Cayman Brock says, send the photo to WhatsApp. Yes, I will. I did post it on social already, and that link was sent, but I'll send it again.
All right, so Sandy, I just want to talk about a few
mhm,
things that people can expect on Saturday at the opening event.
mhm,
What we are doing, making sure this year, and it's something we started a few years back, is working with Inclusion Cayman to have an area specifically for those kids who, you know, have sensory issues.
mhm,
There's a special platform for them so that they can view the parade and be in the crowd, but they will have headphones on to help you with the noise reduction and so on. So there's going to be a special area for them. They can look, someone's going to be kind of right at the museum with the headphones and giving them directions as to where to go. We will also have a viewing platform for our elderly and those persons that are in wheelchairs and such. We will have a viewing platform for them also. We will have team members all around the place with a shirt on that says volunteer or crew member. Find one of those if you don't know where you're going. They will be able to help you on that. And not the opening weekend, so we'll have a platform for them for the parade and stuff for the opening weekend, and then for the closing weekend we will have a children's play area with working with Inclusion Cayman, working with the team at AI to have an area specifically for the kids that they are safe and they can be in, and you know, the parents can, you know, relax and enjoy a cool beverage while their kids are safe. So
mhm,
those are things that we will be having throughout the celebrations. There will be areas that they can you know, all be a part of. So,
mhm,
and I
mhm,
would not want to end our little segment here without giving a huge shout out and thanks to a bunch of sponsors who have come on board and help us to make, you know, Pirates Week not just be a government entity thing. It's a public-private partnership,
mhm,
and I think in every event that we have with the ministry, we seek that out because we want to make people have that ownership with events that we're having, because we do these events for our people.
mhm,
So I do want to shout out to the Foster's Group and all their entities, Car City and
mhm,
Home Gas and PDL, all of those entities. They've come on board as a Sapphire sponsor. AI Rentals, they're working, but they've also sponsored. So they are one of our higher sponsors there with their sponsorship. So great thanks to Keith and his team.
mhm.
We have Cayman Distributors, Bacardi and Coca-Cola as our sponsors. Our
Mm.
partners at Flow are sponsors as well. And of course, and I think this is one thing we skipped over that's happening tomorrow night, is
Mhm,
the pan in the city,
mhm,
the steel pan competition. So we're bringing it back. We're bringing back the element of having a singles competition. So solo competition. At a loss for words. But CUC, who has been a great partner throughout the years for Pirates Week, has come on board again and is sponsoring the prizes for that and sponsoring the pan in the city, which will be happening tomorrow night at 7:00 across from Sandbar in that open parking lot.
mhm.
There's $1,000 to be won for the best soloist, as well as the best team that want to come out and do steel pan.
All right. So thank you so much for that. Just a few comments here. This person says Gasparilla is what inspired Pirates Week. Pirates Week is the largest Cayman festival taking place in all 3 islands, every district, over the course of 2 weeks. So let's not forget about the sister islands, because there are events that will be happening on the sister islands as well. So Ventisha, let's make sure that we drop some of those in here during the discussion.
We start in Little Cayman on the 20th. They are having the Pirates Landing on Cayman Airways. That's another one of our great sponsors and partners. So they're landing via Cayman Airways on the 20th at about 5 p.m. into Little Cayman. They're going to do a pub crawl, a bar crawl in Little Cayman for the first time. And then they will have that bar crawl, have their after party on the Thursday night. And then the Friday, they'll have their little food and artisan village. Being a bit smaller, they're not as robust and big as even Cayman Bracks, but they will have their little food and artisan village. And then that afternoon, we'll have their float parade. And that'll end at Hungry Iguana with their Pirates Party and their costume competition. And we'll close the night in Little Cayman on the Friday night with fireworks from, of course, Lord Graham.
Mm-hmm.
And then we catch a boat because Cayman Airways as soon as Cayman Airways puts on a flight, they're filling up. So I've told the Pirates that they're going to have to enter Cayman Brac by sea and catch a boat over to Cayman Brac on the Saturday, the 22nd. And we're going to have a family fun day / district day at Scott's Dock down at West End, starting from 2 and ending later that night. The cool thing in the Brac is we won't have a fireworks show, but we will have a drone show. In the Brac.
How they get a drone show and we don't get a drone show? I'm just wondering.
because we skipped over the 15th, the closing weekend here.
Oh.
So we're opening Grand Cayman this weekend with Lord Graham and his Boom Boom Shake Your Heart fireworks. He's gearing up for that show. Okay. And then we close on the 15th here with a drone show.
Okay, good. I was about to say, nice. All right. So the 15th is another full day of activities, starting with the 5K sea swim first thing in the morning.
Yeah. The SIASA, the Swimming Association has, and their great sponsor, KPMG, will be hosting that sea swim at Governor's Beach at 7 a.m. on the closing weekend. And then we move everything back into town. Our children's play area then will open at 3. Our food festival area will open. We'll have the trial of the pirates, as we always have to do, because they're going to be naughty. So we'll have the trial of the pirates in front of the museum at 4. And then we move on to the main stage with our entertainment. And on the main stage for the closing weekend, we do have a bit of international performers. Of course, we will have our local bands and our local DJs, but we will have Peter Ram and Faith Callender, and we will end the night with Nessa Preppy. So, that's going to be our closing weekend.
All right, so lots going on. Trisha says, yes, great stuff, great information. Good morning, Miss Jackie. El Ray says, pub crawl in Little Cayman. How many bars are there? Well, you don't have to go far.
No, they don't have to go far. I think it's probably about 5 bars. But of course, all of the hotels.
You can walk to them. No drinking and driving. So this is perfect. El Ray, it's a perfect place to have a pub crawl.
And I do want to point out for the pub crawl here in Grand Cayman, we are partnering with NDC, and we will have a bus service throughout the island. So you can walk along the waterfront to go from pub to participate. And then in the end, if you are a little too tipsy to drive home, we are providing a bus service to take you home. So that we avoid the drinking and driving.
Don't drink and drive, folks. Yes.
So again, find a crew member at any one of the places. Let them know that you need the bus service, and we will get you home safely.
All right, Miss Brenda's asking, as Pirates Week is during Memorial Day weekend, is there anything being done to pay respect to our fallen soldiers? Well, actually, for us, it's Remembrance Day. Memorial Day is the American version. But I know that there are other agencies that are doing stuff for Remembrance Day. So there is a
Right.
church service and some other things. Does that fall under? I don't think that falls under you guys.
No, that falls under the protocol office. They are having the celebrations at the Elmsley Church in the Cenotaph on the Sunday, and that is kind of why we don't have anything happening in town on the Sunday, because we want to be reverent and we want to respect the fact that they're having that ceremony there. So I will say my team and we assist the protocol office. So they do that celebration of our fallen soldiers and our fallen seamen on the Sunday here in town at Elmsley. But we don't, just because it doesn't. We don't want to take away from the reverence of that ceremony.
Right, because Pirates Week is a totally different vibe completely.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't kind of go hand in hand. Gabby says we need something in memory of Aunt Ruby because she did so much for both events. I think you're talking about Miss Reba, not Aunt Ruby. Miss Reba. Lord have mercy.
So I will let Gabby know that it's to come. We are touching base, and we are meeting with her family to see what they would like to have done. So
it's complicated.
It's a bit. So when we figure out all of that, we will definitely be back on the show and publicize what we're doing for.
Yeah, because she I don't think she really did costumes for Pirates Week. So she was more the festival queen.
Yes.
So that's very, very different than Pirates Week.
But she was always involved. Once it had, I love this about Reba. Once it was a party, she was there. And she did do a lot of stuff for Pirates Week in terms of our festival queens. There were a number of costumes that she designed for festival queens. So there is an element of Pirates Week that she is very well known for, and we respect and we honor that with her. Like I said, the ministry is working with her family to figure out, how we can remember her in years to come. If I don't know if Gabby did see our Carafesta, the Carafesta event that we did in Barbados. She was named an icon at Carafesta, one of our Caribbean icons, and so we honor what she's done and the legacy that she has with festivals and Pirates Week and Badminton and those as we go.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Miss Ventisha. This has been a very educational segment on the upcoming Pirates Week Festival and events that are slated. So I do have to, it was remiss of me to see 8:30 come, and we did not do our squat challenge. So you're going to get caught this morning, honey chill. Sorry for you, but...
Okay. I think I can do it.
Yes, I love the attitude. Stand up, folks. We missed 8:30, so y'all got off easy today. So we're gonna do our squats now. So the idea here, folks, is every hour that you're sitting at work, just get up and kind of jiggle those legs and twirl around, and then do some squats. So anybody ready to count? Kevin, are you gonna count for me? I hadn't heard from Miss Vernita this morning, so I'm not sure. But we're gonna aim for 50. If you can't make it, I know, girl, I know. If you can't make it to 50, do as many as you can until you start to find it. Kevin said he's driving, so he can't count. Who's going to count for me? Tanisha, are you watching? Tanisha can do the count. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do the count. And I have some modifications that are going to be coming for next week. So all of our regulars on the program, don't forget, honey child, we're going to be mixing it up. We're going to be doing all kind of, all kind of squats, sumo squats, everything. So we're going to mix it up a little bit. Ready, Ventisha?
I'm glad I was on today, not next week with sumo squats. Okay.
All right. So let's go down for the first one. Take it as low as you can go, almost like you want to sit in that chair. Come on up. Oh, you going to hold it? Or you want to just holding is kind of hard. So just go up and down. All right. So that's 3, Good. Look at you. 4. Tanisha, she's at number 2. No, honey child. We're up to 5 now. 5.
Vanessa can't count. So she can't sing and she can't count. So I'm worried there.
6. Yes. Come on, Gabby. Get up, Miss Dawn. Miss Dawn said, yes, me. 7. 8. All right. 9. Tell us what else is coming up while we're counting for the ministry outside of Pirates Week. You guys always have some fun stuff.
We do. So after Pirates Week, we have our Cayman Christmas competition. So our choir competition. We're collaborating with the Center for Business Development on December 6th out in town again. So that is money to be won by schools and churches and any group who wants to come out and sing Christmas songs. And then we take it over to the BRAC on the 13th for same event with a small twist because we do soloists over there on the 13th. And then, let me think. On the 15th, we have our seniors party that we're collaborating with the Savannah Coda on. So that's that.
Good.
And we close out.
I know it's hard to do this and talk because you I think we passed 20 now.
I hope so.
El Rey says that check engine light might be coming on around repetition 20.
It is that knee. Old knees from sports injuries are starting to say, oh.
Listen, imagine if you did this every hour that you were sitting though.
Oh Lord.
You could really, we're up to 30. So we got 20 more. We're almost there. And we do it nice and slow. Some people do it a lot faster. So Tricia says, saw you walking the other day, Sandy. The squats working for you, man. Swift and fast. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. Okay,
we climb stairs every day, several times a day. So
that's good.
That's our workout.
Yeah. But the body is a funny thing. It gets used to things really quickly. That's why by next week, we're going to start, switching it up a little bit. We're going to add some free weights to it. So y'all get ready. Gosh, we must be close to 50 now. Come on, give me an update on the count. 15 more to go. Lord have mercy. Whew. Let's hold it for the last count. So go down, 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 as low as you can go. And then hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Done. Lord have mercy. Yeah, girl, drink your water. Ooh. All right, folks, we did good. You okay, Ventisha?
I'm good. My team is over here laughing at me and videoing. So if you see bloopers today,
tell them they better get to doing it too. They better get to squatting. Good job. Hydrate. Drink lots of water. Irvelyn says I'm walking, so I can't do it this morning. Make up for it later on. Sophia, you did 40? All right. Gabby did 25. Can't do no more. It's a start.
Yep.
And then every week we add a little bit and we'll change it up a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I can definitely feel the little heart pitter-pattering a bit more. Ventisha, we appreciate you coming on and being such a good sport.
Thanks for having me on, Sandy.
Absolutely. So folks, make sure you check the Pirates Week full calendar of events. Try to support and go out to as many as those as you can. Very family friendly, lots of things for the kids to do. You can even take Granny out, Yes. She'd probably enjoy it as well.
And we will have seating across the board. So, our food court area will have seating. For the parade, there's special seating for our elderly. So, just find a crew member and tell them that you need a special seating to be in a special seating area.
Very good. Dion says, well done. Keep it up. Damaris said 55. Good for you, girl. Shamika says, driving this morning as I stop. All right. If you're driving and you can do the leg lifts, at least do that much. Dawn says, I love her. Who? Ventisha? I mean, I don't know if we'll take it for Ventisha.
Thanks.
All right, Ventisha, really, really appreciate it again. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you. And you
tell
too.
your coworkers, don't be recording you. They better start themselves.
I'm gonna get them started. I mean, we've got DJ here who cycles and is always trying to get us on the bike. So
yeah, I mean, you guys do have youth in sports, so to stay youthful, you know, the more we move, that happens.
Yep.
Yeah. Sophia says, Lord, like someone is chasing me. Oh goodness.
That's how I felt, Sophia.
Oh, all right, darling. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
All right, bye-bye. All right, folks, I love our guests who are willing to participate in these events. Someone mentioned culture is an evolving thing. Folks with all these great ideas should join the committee from now for next year. Good idea. Not a bad idea at all. Yes, get involved. That's how you make it happen. Okay, so let me tell you all this stuff now. Y'all ready? Honey child. Let me see. Let me pull up the messages. So yeah, so this young man who finds himself really in a world of trouble, and this is a very, very serious situation. You know, he could have killed that customs officer. It was horrible. I remember when I first heard about it, I was like, who attacks someone? Like, you know, you're out drinking, whatever, you're at the bar. And this young man ended up attacking this customs officer in what was called a brutal assault. And he almost killed him. I think the guy had to be sent abroad and he had to relearn how to like walk and do all kinds of, like, you know, he really could have killed him. This was very, very serious. So I can't believe that this young man did this. I mean, you know, a lot of us are like, what the heck? Only 22 years old. And now he's been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for violent assault that left a customs officer with severe injuries requiring months of surgery and recovery. So Jeremy Darrell Manderson Jr. pleaded guilty to causing grievous bodily harm with intent in May of 2024. He lucky that was an attempted murder. He really is lucky. And this is the one where the customs officer was found seriously injured at Trafalgar Plaza parking lot. He was initially charged with attempted murder, but pleaded guilty to the lesser charge. Okay, and you know DPP's office, they're not gonna fight for it, so they just took the lesser plea. Because attempted murder, he would have gone down the river for a long time. So anyway, he was sentenced, I think it was last week, Friday, and Justice, what's the name of this guy now? Justice Dale Palmer handed down the sentence in grand court, describing the victim's injuries as catastrophic and potentially life-threatening. That's why it should have been attempted murder. But anyway, they had CCTV footage that caught approximately 2.5 minutes of the assault, showing Manderson repeatedly stomping on the victim's head and face after knocking him to the ground, and the victim was left unconscious in a pool of blood. It just sounds absolutely horrific. He was unconscious for the first 3 days of his 9-day admission to the Georgetown Hospital, and then he was transferred to a hospital in Florida, where he underwent a 5-hour surgery on a broken jaw. He has a titanium screw and teeth wired in that was wired shut for 6 weeks. I mean, oh my God. And even as a civil servant, you know, they get full medical, pretty much. He still spent almost $20,000 out of his own pocket, as well as costs for psychological counseling to address trauma and anxiety after the attack. Absolutely horrific. So one of the things that came up is that the judge actually said that he made some mention of, you know, he's sentencing him to 10 years plus hard labor. So a lot of people reaching out, including some family members, about, oh, you know, hard labor. We don't have hard labor in Cayman. And I know it's come up before. And so when his family member reached out, I said, you know what, let me ask, because they're like, oh, that's not what was said. I said, stick a pin. Just stick a pin. Okay. Most of the time, Renee does the court reporting these days. I hardly ever go to court, but I need to start back because I'll be missing some good stuff in court. I got to tell you the truth. But she is very, very good with her court reporting. How do I know this? Because we have a method to her madness. She takes verbatim notes first and then goes and does the story. There is a method to the madness. So it's not her going off of her memory. So I said, no, she wouldn't have said it if the judge didn't say it, right? So I then reached out to the court and I said, listen, this is what the judge said during the reading of his sentence, but we need to understand. So I reached out to prison. I reached out to non-official prison sources, official prison sources, the court, and the conclusion that we've come to is, in fact, the judge kind of made an error. And this happens because we have a lot of Jamaican judges and sometimes even English judges speaking, and they're visiting judges, right? So they don't sit here all the time. And let me just see here now. So they don't sit here all the time. So we do get them kind of mixing up their sentencing a little bit in their words, right? So we checked it out, and apparently the law, the prison law in particular, says there's no formal sentence of imprisonment with hard labor in the Cayman Islands. Sentenced prisoners may be required to work as part of their sentence and for the maintenance of the prison. But if a judge refers to hard labor in Cayman prison system, they likely mean prison work, possibly physically demanding, possibly, but not really. But it must still fall within the legal framework. So for example, work required by detention sentence cannot be forced labor outside of that. And the work should not amount to forced compulsory labor in a way that contravenes the constitutional protections. Here we go, honey child. Even prisoners got constitutional rights, make sure you know. Also, prisoners on remand cannot be forced to work. They can only work if they choose to. All prisoners are paid once they work. So that ain't no hard labor. Now, I know in your head, when you hear hard labor, you think of what was it called? Shawshank Redemption, where they're out there hitting the, I don't know, rock or something, 12 hours a day, and they be worn out come nighttime. That is not what's happening in the Cayman Islands, not at all. Work is optional. Even when we had them working on the farm, we saw that program had to be shut down because a young lady's life was lost on government property on the farm. Another guy who was doing work duty when they used to make them go out on the road, he was able to go out there and shoot somebody and kill someone. So the work program at the prison doesn't have a good reputation because unfortunately the prisoners were not really being properly watched. They're low risk prisoners that end up being murderers in the end, right? So when we reached out to the court's office, they admitted that there was probably a little bit of error made by the judge in terms of terminology, and they would address that. And we did then see the commitment warrant, which was sent to us. And so the story has been amended to include what was in the commitment warrant. So the judge made an error. We reported it because, hey, we just report what happened in court. We don't really question the judges. That's not our job. But the actual commitment warrant says that he was committed indictment 0055 of 2024. And Jeremy Darrell Manderson having been convicted by the court of the offenses of it's so funny because they still have attempted murder count 1 of the indictment and causing grievous bodily harm with intent count 2, but I'm pretty sure it's only count 2, so they probably needed to remove count 1. But anyway, that's still on the documentation. I'm just telling you what's there. So they say the defendant sentence as follows. So for count 1, the Crown offers no evidence. For count 2, 10 years imprisonment, credit for time spent in custody. And remember, most prisoners will only spend 60% of the time. So he'll be out before you know it, honey child. So there you have it. So he is committed, and that is dated October the 31st. Now there is a other story behind this. And I'm going to share this other story. Take these things with a grain of salt, but you know what we say in Cayman? If it don't go so, it go close to so. So there's a whole situation where this guy, the same Daryl fella, was actually reaching out to people professing his innocence. And in doing so, he was saying that, this guy had come on to him and this and that. And so he was actively sending people these messages talking about, because people want to F man life over with a murder charge. Fam, I not did that, yo. I'm just giving it to y'all like how it is. I mean, this is how it reads. Like serious, yo. What the fuck? Our children can't even. Anyway, so someone was like, so why you did that man like that at Jungle? Well, they are posse. This is what he put in it. So excuse my language. I'm just reading it. And look at how he spells it. Pusseh. Posse. Phonetic, learning by phonics. Well, they are posse because I not did that. And I want to find out who that is. I'm confused. Because the man come to me with some gay talk. I don't flow them way there. You see it? Now listen to how he spell this. Yeah, YAHZ it. ZEEIT. You see it? Yeah, yo. YEYO. I got problems with towners. Not no problem with anyone from West. Lord Jesus. Well, you can have some towners in prison. Yes, they better try and make friends with them real fast and behave yourself. Then he says, it is the truth, fam. I trying to clear my name now. Okay. Well, a little bit late for that, honey child. Sade says prison and life in Cayman Islands is for holiday. Seems like hot mess child. All right. So then this other person says to me, keep me out. But what he said about beating that customs officer, everyone want to say he did the right thing. The man is sick. So I didn't actually read the comment section. So I'm assuming this person is messaging because of what was happening in comment section. I don't read a lot of these comment sections. First of all, I ain't got the time of the day. And second of all, some of y'all just ain't got no damn sense, right? You almost kill somebody and you talking about you did it because the man gay? Listen, you gonna find out about being gay for the 10 years your ass gonna be in prison. You're gonna have to be giving up that ass to somebody. And if you get Jeffrey Barnes as a bunkmate, cousin Jeffrey gonna turn you out in no time. Damn fool. Anyway, someone says, and made his own choice. He's talking about a murder he done. And now he talking about the day he did that boy. He killed Travis Ebanks. Just giving it to you how people talking it. So 10 years isn't anything. Everyone commenting about the man molest him, the customs officer. Yeah, right. He's sick and Jeremy deserved more. I don't want to be posted, but it's upsetting by the reaction of people when he is not a good person. He's ruined lives and gay himself. He probably fucked that customs officer to hide his secret. I think they meant to say fucked up that customs officer to hide his secret. Snaps. So there you go. Saying that, and this happens a lot because even remember we had the guy in West Bay, the banker guy who was killed by those West Bay fools, and then they tried to burn the evidence, whatever, and they were still caught. Those Anglin boys, I forget which ones now. But remember now, I'm trying to remember which cousins they were. Oh, them West Bay is not easy. Let me see. Which cousin that is again? That's not Katina's son, but it's one of her nephews or cousins or somebody. They all family and crazy as hell. Let me try to remember now. So this was 2014. So this is way before Chad Jonathan Ebanks. So he was found guilty of killing banker Frederick Beasy. And I actually knew Frederick. It was so sad when I heard about this. So Chad Anglin, 37 years old back in 2017, he's one of the few people in Cayman that has received a tariff, which is a life sentence for the murder of Swiss banker Frederick Beasy in February 2008. And he's been given a minimum tariff of 34 years. So he may never see the light of day again. Anyway, so Chad and another cousin of his were all in the mix. Well, what them Anglin boys in West Bay, when they talk in their foolishness, right, don't want to tell you is a lot of them be on the down low. I don't know why the hell they be pretending that they hate gay people. Well, they hate gay people because they're conflicted, because they have grandmothers and aunts who've been teaching them hate against the LGBT community for so long that when they discover that they're actually like that they prefer a different kind of bonker hole than a vagina, and that's who they are. They can't live with that in themselves, so they're still out there doing the dirty with other men. And then when they find out, like, they feel a way, like, you come up to me in the bar, other people might say something to me now. You don't think people know you gay, bro? Come on now, y'all stupid. This is K-Man, for God's sake. People know most of y'all who are on the down low. You're not hiding from nobody. Okay? So the thing about the murder of Mr. Frederick is this same Chad Anglin guy, they found his semen in Frederick. The burning never had that, though. Damn fool. So you murdered a man for no reason. And now you're going to spend your whole life in jail with men. What you think you're going to be doing up in there? You're not going to be seeing no woman to pretend with? Oh, it's such a disgrace, and it's just utterly stupid. So I haven't read the comments on that story, and I'm quite frankly not even going to bother reading them. I'm just going to say to those of you who are as stupid as you are, please, get it together. Because I can assure you that enough of these guys who want to be talking about, oh, this one come on to me and this one gay, whatever. Y'all gay your damn selves. So stop talking foolishness. Okay, learn to love yourself. Gay or not gay, learn to love yourself. Because y'all, damn fools. And beating people up because you trying to be El Macho Man and prove a point. No, that ain't it. That ain't it, Bobo. So I'm sorry for you, young man. 22 years, you're going to, waste a number of years in prison, but, it doesn't sound like you doing much that was productive anyway. Someone talking about he's pretty young. That's rough. Well, you do big people things, you're behind and go to jail. So what else you gonna do? It's a hot mess. Someone talking about 10 years is a bit extreme. He lucky. That's all he got. That's not extreme when you almost killed somebody. He took a plea deal. That's why he got the 10 years. If they had gone for the attempted murder, which in my opinion, they should have given the severity of this man's injuries, he would have been gone for a lot more than 10 years. Ridiculous. Anyway, y'all stop the stupidity. Okay, I'm here to help y'all stop the stupidity. All right. All right. Yeah, somebody said it was Chad Ebanks and Leonard Anthony Ebanks. Chad Anglin, sorry, and Leonard Anthony Ebanks. Such a disgrace. And those boys related to Katina, who's still fighting the Domestic Partnership Act. Try and hush about her. She probably gay herself. That's why y'all be up in your feelings, because once you're comfortable in your own sexuality, you don't have to feel like you have to go out there beating people up because of who they are. You think I'm worried about who boning who behind closed doors? That's not my business. As long as you're consenting adults. Let me be very, very clear. If you're consenting adults, no children involved, because they're not gonna fly with me. No animals involved, because that's against the law too. Morality, that's disgusting. But if you're consenting adults, I don't care. That's not my business. Okay? But y'all be up in the mix like I don't even know. El Rey says part of prison sentencing should include community cleanup. It can't, because unfortunately, in the past, when we have added these community elements, they go out, they're killing people. Because the prison officers, not for nothing, but 99% of them Jamaicans, they're not business what them prisoners be doing. They be out there, oh, yeah, they get conjugal visits. They be doing this, they be doing that. They're not business with it. I've never seen such a ridiculous thing in my life. Honestly. Good morning, Miss Anne. What always say Cayman prison equals a jet to holiday. Cayman boys need a serious reality check, says Aliano. Yeah, they really do. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like this thug life makes sense. Book your flight now. It's free. Al Ray says, no one seems to be concerned the victim and what happened to him. Exactly. This man had extensive injuries. He was almost killed. I remember when I heard that he was being sent abroad for his injuries because in Cayman, they would not have been able to do anything further with him. And I thought, oh my God, this is horrible. He could have died. He could have easily died. The poor victim in his victim impact statement says, I'm not the same person I used to be. He continues to suffer numbness in his teeth, must eat only soft foods. My God. I mean, he probably can't even have a good little bit of Cayman beef and thing and some ribs, and experiences ongoing anxiety, sleep disturbances, and reduced social ability. His wife took 3 months unpaid leave from her overseas job to care for him. This is all horrible. Now, the court heard that Manderson claimed that the victim had made unwanted sexual advances towards him, causing him to lose control. Really, dude? What an asshole. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. You want to hear a ridiculous story? Listen to this one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to say nothing about this, but listen to this. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
My son was almost killed.
Mm-hmm.
He went under a 7-hour surgery in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
He got 3 titanium plaques with screws in his right cheekbone, 2 in his left, 1 over his brow.
Mm-hmm.
His jawbone wasn't broke, but it was fractured because Dr. Dunkwa says it was broke. They were going to have to wire shut his jawbone too. Right now, he can't feel his top teeth yet. And it's been over almost 2 years. Listen what a person that did it to him get. 18 months suspended. And he beat him for nothing. He left him for dead. The CID. We got photos that we could show you the Saturday morning when I saw my son, because it happened a Friday night. And he left him for dead on a road down in if a friend never find him in for nothing. But the people would look, all of the police and CID say he should have been charged for attempt murder. He was found guilty by juries. And they kept off the sentence. But and another thing, his ear was bust, Dr. The ENT from hospital that he's from Jamaica because he know Dr. Dunkwa. It was so funny that when we went to him, because he would have done the surgery on the ear because they had to do the cheeks first because they said they couldn't do it here. That surgery couldn't be done here. That's why they got good doctors in Jamaica. And when I saw my son, when they bring him up, because actually what they had to sedate him with was what killed Michael Jackson. But they explained to me that they had to give him that type of drug or whatever because they didn't want a person waking up in the midst of a surgery with what he had to go through. When they bring him out at his head, all I was doing was crying while I was out there waiting up in Jamaica. That's why I tell you, I honor that person from St. Mary that came over and were there with me because I was afraid. And we were 19 Hope Road in what I call it. And they get 18 months suspended. So if that's not ridiculous, and my son didn't do him nothing, he went where they were. And the people that were there, none of them didn't hardly want to go witness, but afterward they're going to say, that he come there wet because apparently he had a problem with his fiancé or something that threw him out, booking way to sleep. And everything that my son said, he was like egging on to it. And they started to argue. And my son didn't want no fight in the people place. But I tell him, I said, what you should do is bring your ass home. You both let's take it outside to the fence. And then the doctor's hospital say that the way that my son's face was damaged, he had to be hit him with something or stop him because no fist. It was a big old white doctor. Then he showed us his hands and he says no way that his hands could have do that damage to my son's face because his hand would have to be damaged. And he didn't have no knuckle dusters or nothing. So if you had hit him with something like that, my son's face would be cut up. And it wasn't cut up. It's just that the cheekbones will break from inside and stuff. And that's something that he got to live with for life at the age of 35. You don't tell me that. That's just what I tell you, hey man, it's not who you know, it's who, or now what you do is who you know. Because I tell you, when them people interview him, they said it was left to the judge, but he should be charged with attempt murder, and they charged him with previous.
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you. That part of it isn't left to the judge. That is the DPP's office. So the DPP's office decides what to charge people with based on the evidence and what the requirements are. And I will admit that it is hard to get a successful attempted murder charge a lot of these times. So like what they were doing here, they'll charge with the higher offense, attempted murder, and then the lower offense of attempt to grievous harm with intent or whatever, right? And they'll see which one the jury will convict on, because a lot of times the jurors are not going to convict on attempted murder, judge or jury, because it's a very, very high bar to be able to prove, because you have to have premeditation. And a lot of these people, even like this young man, it would be hard to prove premeditation and planning and all that kind of stuff, but you could see where he kind of just went off in the moment. So that's why they go with the lesser offense. But what they need to do, I'll tell you what they need to do, is they need to increase the sentence related to that secondary offense, because the legislators now, this is the people y'all elect, the parliamentarians, they're the ones writing the laws. So what they need to do is they need to increase, instead of 10 years being a big deal for a GBH, they need to increase that to 25 years in certain circumstances, because they know that it's going to be an alternative charge to attempted murder. And if they can't get you an attempted murder, but it's a very serious thing where someone is like, this guy has lifelong, injuries, whatever, that should be a minimum of 15 years up to 25 years. So talk to your, he gonna have that the rest of his life. Well, you know what? Call your MPs and talk to your legislators and say it is about time that we increase some of these things. Listen, I gotta say this, but I don't want to call no names because it could bring a big thing, and then I can get on and bash me. But I think it's who your family so had a lot to do with it, because, like I say, in Cayman, it not go who you know is who know you. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's fair. But I leave it to God. Yeah. To God. Leave me there. It's very sad. Yeah. All right, my dear. Thank you so much. If you see them pictures, you will say, Jesus, please. Mm-hmm. If you see them. Mm-hmm. All right, dear. Thank you so much. Very, very sad indeed. But yeah, some of these things need to be increased in terms of the sentences. And yeah, pretty wild. So Gabby says, just wondering, has there been anything more about the Judy Ann case? That woman did not sit down in her car and set herself on fire. Is the investigation over? Yes, the investigation has been closed. And the coroner's inquest will at some point happen. And the coroner's inquest will give the official cause of death. But for all intents and purposes, what the police have said in as straightforward a way as they could possibly say it, without saying this is formal, because by law, they're not the ones who make the ruling on the cause of death. It is a jury that gets this information, judge or jury, because I think coroner's inquest can be done by judge alone as well. They review all of the evidence and then they issue an official cause of death. But basically, they have said it was a suicide. So you might not want to believe it, Gabby, because it's very unusual for people to set themselves on fire. But it is not the first time that someone has set themselves on fire here in Cayman as a means of killing and taking their own life. So death by suicide. I'm probably not being politically correct. Those groups will soon reach out and be like, Miss Sandy, you have to say death by suicide, not committed suicide. My apologies. Death by suicide. But that's what it is. Now, again, the police don't want to get into the ins and outs of why she would have done that and what would have gone on. But, you know, I think that unfortunately somebody has to do it because, as Trisha says, you know, there's more to it. There really is more to it. Like, she had a drug problem. Like, she was cheating on her husband. Her life, despite the fact that she had this really good job and then the outward appearances kind of she was living a dual life. She had one foot in this area of, you know, hanging out with these low class people and out there snorting cocaine with them and doing whatever. And then she had a nice job and the appearance of a nice family and taking nice pictures and putting on social media. Sometimes you cannot, it's difficult for the human being, the human mind to juxtapose and to, you know, rectify how a person can look away and be away. I'm so sorry. So she didn't kill herself and then set herself on fire. She set herself on fire. She died by fire. So that's how that happened. You don't have to accept it. And I'm hopeful that the coroner's inquest will provide sufficient information, because we'll make sure that we report on it, where all the pieces will finally come together for you. Because the police, like I said, they're not in a position to say this is the official cause of death, because that's not their job. So when they had their press conference, we can go back and listen to what they said. The police commissioner, despite the fact that he was pressed by media to basically said that, he couldn't say it. All he could say was, they have done their investigation, they've cross-checked, blah, blah, blah. There's no foul play in her death or Andrell Harris. She went and bought the gasoline herself. And I'm going to tell you, the day after her incident, I heard about the fact that she went and bought the gasoline herself. And I'm thinking, whoa, this sounds weird. Who's going to call you? Like, let's just say, for example, the theory is someone lured her there and said, oh, I ran out of gas. You want to drive all the way from your workplace in town or wherever to go buy gas to somebody all the way out in Bodden. No, sir. You're going to be like, dude, you're minutes away from the police station. Just walk there. They'll help you get gas. Or you're right up the street from the gas station. So when I heard that she went and bought the canister and bought the gas herself from Oz's gas station in Bodden Town, I was like, what the fuck? Good morning, caller.
Hi. Morning, Miss Sandy. Is it morning still over there?
Yes, honey child, 10 o'clock in the morning. How are you?
How are you, my love? I'm
Right
sorry.
here.
I'm just ringing in to ask a question. I'm not sure if
Sure.
anybody asked it before, but I'm going to ask. Is there anything that the Cayman Islands government is doing to help us that has family in Jamaica that not able to help them out there, but we can bring them to the Cayman Islands and be of help to them? Is there any leniency that the government is giving in reference to them traveling to Cayman? Because you remember, like in Ivan, there were many leniency given to the Caymanian people to travel, and I
But
think
a
to the States
Caymanian, you mean Caymanians in Jamaica?
No, Jamaicans. Okay. Like, for example, I have a stepson down there, my husband's son, and their place has destroyed. And what I want to find out is if I'm able to bring that child here. Well, not really a child, because he's a young person, like 21, but his house is destroyed. I can help him from Cayman.
Well, can I be straight with you, honey Jill?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because you know you can only get it straight here in the cold hard truth. Okay.
That's what I call.
I know. We have helped and we will continue to help, obviously, as much as we can. If he was a Caymanian, then obviously, you know, he could come back home, right? With no problem.
Right.
But it sounds like he is an adult. Yes, he's your stepson, but he's an adult and he does not have any rights to be a Caymanian. He would have to come here like everybody else, get a job, get a visa if he's coming to visit and all those things, right? So there are means by which he can come here. There's no special consideration for anyone right now who is, you know, finding themselves in a dire situation because of the storm, and rightfully not, because we can't accommodate that. You know how many Caymanians have Jamaican connections, and next thing you know, we would be overrun. So we simply
I understand that, Miss Sandy, but I won't be honest. I agree with what you're saying. That is true. But what I'm saying is, because I am working, the father is working, and we can financially assist him here. I just
Well,
wanted to find
he
out
can
if there was a
apply.
leniency
There's no
to
leniency,
get
but he
him
can do it.
here, and then
No, there's no leniency,
uh-huh,
but he can do it how you would do it ordinarily, which is get his visa,
uh-huh,
come for a visit, and you guys would fill out the
uh-huh.
respective documentation to have him come on a visitor's visa, and that would go through the regular approval process. If he gets approved, he can come for whatever length of time that they give him to come. Now, he can't be coming
And
here
I'm assuming,
permanently, obviously, but
no.
you know, if he wants to visit, he
I'm
can come for a
assuming
visit.
that's the same. I'm assuming that's the same thing for infants as well. It would be the same, right? For
Yeah,
like
I
younger
mean,
babies.
yes. I mean, because they have to. I mean, again, you have to look at all the considerations that a immigration WRC officer would have to look at. If a baby's coming here, you have to be able to have daycare for them, have a helper. So when you submit your application, you would have to say all of those things. But someone says an infant does not actually require a Cayman visa because there is an age bracket. So you'd want to double check. Let me see what the age bracket is again. But the 21-year-old would be subjected to the visa, but I think it's 12 and under, and then 70 plus don't require visas.
Okay.
So the infant wouldn't require a visa, but yes, you would have to make sure that you can still support the application.
Right. Okay. No problem. Thanks a lot, Miss Sandy.
All
Appreciate
right,
it.
my dear.
Bye.
Okay, so yes, we have yeah, so we, lots of questions there. But we can't, and I, understand obviously Jamaica is in a bit of a situation. During Ivan was a little different. That was a slightly different situation. We needed the help, the labor help, so we gave certain exemptions. And then after that, we were hearing that criminals from Honduras were coming in and this place and that place and whatever. Somebody said, you working for WRC now? Lord have mercy. Y'all try and behave. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a valid question. So, we answer the question. But she's asking if it is still morning here. Is she living here or in England or somewhere? I mean, yeah, I'm assuming she's overseas based on that question. So what a hot mess. So yeah, I mean, all I can tell you in relation to the case, both those cases have been closed by the police. And I know that it's difficult for people to understand why people might do certain things, but at the end of the day, we don't know everything about her life. Apparently not even the people probably closest to her knew all of the elements in her life, but it is what it is. So yes, Miss Brenda, the jury that listens to the inquest is a little smarter and don't swallow the nonsense. Well, you will see what the outcome is, because they have more than sufficient evidence to conclude that, unfortunately, what happened to both her and Andrel were at their own hands. And in other ways, it makes logical sense because, believe it or not, people find the willpower to take their own lives. That's why suicides tend to happen in clusters, right? That's why they're always like, oh, when you report on a suicide, try to report on it this way or whatever, because they know it happens in clusters. And so sometimes people who are borderline suicidal, depressed, and so on, all they need to trigger them is to hear that somebody else has done it. And that gives them the bravery, not that that's the right word, but that gives them the ability, the willpower, whatever, to then go ahead and do it themselves. Island Day says, hell no. Here we go. Another prime example of why Cayman is in the mess that we're in. Short-sighted Caymanians wanting to do shit like this. We cannot take on everyone coming here. Yes, I mean, listen, it is a very dire situation right now. Look at what's happened in the Philippines. Typhoon, what was the name of the typhoon? Over 60 something people have been killed in this typhoon. That's the same thing as an earthquake, right? And that number is expected to go up. And then they got another super typhoon coming? Oh, shoot. Lord Jesus. No, sir. So I'm just reading here that Friday, November 7th, that's tomorrow, or the morning of Saturday the 8th, they've got another super typhoon. May make landfall at or near peak intensity. Lord Jesus, what the heck? God knows they can't take no more. Did you guys see the flooding videos out of the Philippines? Oh my gosh. Horrible. Let me show you a picture. This is a perfect example of when you think you got it worse, someone has it worse than you. And listen, no doubt about it. The poor people in Jamaica have been hit hard. People are sending me video footage up to yesterday. And if I tell you that as bad as it is, the typhoon in the Philippines appears to have been even worse. I am not kidding you. I'm going to show you guys some of the footage. Again, I guess structurally, their homes are different. They have denser populations and stuff like that. But this is no joke. This typhoon, look, I'm going to show y'all a few pictures. This typhoon, and then look like they're getting another one coming right behind it. So I don't know what more these poor people can take. But look at this. Look at that. Jeez, peace. I guess their structures, that looks like some sort of mudding or concrete, but clearly not very strong. Look at all the zinc. Oh my God. They've had severe flooding. People have died. Last count was 66 people. That's going to go up. Look at this. And another one right behind it. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Okay. Jeez, peace. Here, let me show you this one. And this is Cebu City. There in the Philippines. Got the brunt of this storm. And it's just devastating. Look at this one. A sea of just cars everywhere. My gosh. It's horrible. So we also keep the people of the Philippines in our thoughts and prayers because clearly they need it as well. Tinop was the name of the typhoon, and it made landfall November 3rd. Do we know what kind of winds this thing was packing? Because I know typhoons are, they're basically a hurricane, but they are, let me see if we can get what winds typhoon, what is it? Tinof or Tinopi or something it was called. Good morning, caller. Hello? Hello, caller?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I can't hear you. I've got my volume up to the max and I can't hear you at all.
Oh, gosh. What a
I
mess.
don't know. It might be maybe you need to, instead of that Volvo, you might need to put a phone in the cart for me. See, that's a better deal, right?
For sure.
I think so too.
But we got to make sure it's not the phone companies because lately they've been doing all kind of foolishness. So it might be them. That's the problem.
I'm straining to hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh gosh.
But anyway, I just wanted to say that everything is relative, as we know. And while that section of the Philippines was hit really hard, remember the Philippines consist of many islands. So while one island may have been hit, they can get assistance from other islands. They can relocate to other islands. Jamaica does not have that option. they can't even relocate to other parishes. So let us not lose sight of that. And I'm not saying that now to support any other suggestion that anyone may have come up with, because I'm very sure that if we had vacant islands here in the Caribbean, somebody would say, okay, let's just move them there. That's not an option for us, all of the islands.
So you said they can't move to another parish? Is that what you just said?
Well, I mean, they can legally, but under the circumstances with all the damage, there are only a few parishes that could accommodate the people. And remember, some of them are still out of power as well. So,
all righty.
I'm sorry, I'm not even hearing what you're saying to me. So sorry about that. I'm going to have to get my phone if something else is going on with it. But I'm just not hearing you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what would be. I mean, obviously people don't want to leave their homes. That's a very different situation. Than they might not have the option to go somewhere else. And, it is, listen, nobody's underestimating the difficulty here. What is 75 kilometers per hour in miles per hour? Hold on. In miles per hour. Let me see. What was the storm packing? No, that can't be right. Okay, hold on. Typhoon, super typhoon, kilometer per hour gusts. That don't sound right. Hold on, I'm trying to figure it out in lingo that we would understand. I'm sorry, I don't really understand kilometers per hour. My brain doesn't work in kilometers per hour. 46 miles per hour? No way. That can't be right. That's why I just looked at it. I'm like, that can't be right. This typhoon, no, Bobo. This was, unless these storms are categorized as something else, and that is somehow, this storm looks massive. That couldn't have been no 45 miles an hour. No, sir. Oh, hold on. I'm wondering if that's a typo. Rainfall, potential category 4 to 5 intensity before it hits. So this person is breaking it down more in our language. So this is the next one that's coming by Sunday into Monday morning. Typhoon, a powerful typhoon, potentially a super typhoon, is expected to make landfall across the northern Luzon with the highest risk in Aora, Isabela, and Cagayan provinces. So this one is going to be a category 4 to 5 before landfall. And so they have it 165 kph. Okay, so that one is easier to understand, but I want to know what the typhoon that just hit. So that one is going to be called Super Typhoon Yuan. What a hot mess. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I'm hearing you okay now. I did something to my phone and it seems to have adjusted it. So I was doing a phone test.
Yeah, I could hear you the whole time though. So
yeah, I realized that, but I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Sorry. And the other thing I wanted to say is the visa office there in Jamaica. I was asking, I know you don't work for immigration, but I'm just saying, because I thought about this, it might not be functioning. And but that's another, thought for consideration. But I wanted to say this to you, Sandra, if in fact you ever get information about when Western Union will be up and operating for Jamaica, because I know that's down. If you could let us know that.
Okay. Yes, I can find out. I haven't heard anything about that, but of course the easiest way to send people money, and I'm going to educate y'all now because I started to do this during COVID, and it works extremely well, Jamaica and all over the world, is to simply send it. Of course, they have to have a bank account, so there is that. But to simply send it directly, there's the Western Union app and the website, and you can go there yourself, and it doesn't require anyone to physically go anywhere, and you can go on there and basically send money to people, and they can get access to it. So maybe that's the safest way, because now people are being targeted. That if they're going to collect money, people know, people can send you a lot of money to try to rebuild your homes and whatever. And so they're actually being targeted too. So that's a whole other hot mess, my dear.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to bear in mind that a lot of people in Jamaica are like me, PhD. Okay, so
say that again. They're like you. What was like the last part?
Like me. That's and please, and that's a joke. Okay, PhD. I always say PhD phone or PhD camera.
Oh,
push hair dummy.
Oh yeah, they're not as tech savvy. Well,
right.
Yes.
And some of them don't even have smartphones. The other thing is, a lot of them still don't have power. So if their phones aren't charged and so on, they get a charge periodical, I guess, when they can get some help with that.
Yeah.
I still think, I'm thinking, and I say that based on the people I'm thinking about, that, Western Union would be the best course of action, unless you could actually get in there and personally take the stuff. So,
all right.
And so if you ever, hear anything or, something might be announced or put out there. I don't necessarily have to see it, but if you do, if you could let us know that, please.
All right, no worries. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. RR says we should have hard labor as part of sentencing for criminals in our islands, but if you don't actually have the capacity to do hard labor, it kind of is pointless to have it in the law, right? And we've seen even soft labor not really working. So Sandra Coe says, I pray we don't consider taking on this exodus. If we do, only God will be able to rescue us. Speaking of that, Sandra, I mean, it certainly hasn't stopped the police from recruiting. My sources said, I think it was police and not prison, just this past weekend on Saturday, 15 more police officers arrived from Jamaica that we've hired for a police force. So, I mean, there's no stopping in terms of like the permit people and people on contract with government from coming here. They're still coming in. We just brought in 15 over the weekend to work for the RCIPS. So there's only so much that Cayman can do. But look at this video of what's happening in Cebu. Oh my God. Look at that. Jeez, no stop. Lord God, even the rooftop as well. And here's another one. As you can see, floodwaters carrying away vehicles like nothing. I mean, my God, it's just shocking. Good morning, caller.
With this information I can give, and I know this is genuine, I don't know what part, because you were inquiring about the Western Union, but I know for the one in Highgate, St. Mary, is up as from today, because I sent some money for somebody, and they voice message me and tell me that they get it, because they told me that they did only one close to them that were up from Montego Bay, but they wouldn't even go down there because they were robbing people, and then that was too far. And by the time they get there, they probably wouldn't get the money. So I know they say that the one in Montego Bay were up from the other day. He said the ATMs was down, because I was saying that to Miss Joycelyn out there the other day, that why Western Union still making people send money, and the people can't get the money. They should have told them. She said, well, there's parishes that don't have no Western Union, because apparently they get damaged. But I know my friend messaged me this morning and said they got their money from. But they're in Highgate, St. Mary. I don't know what part of St. Mary that is, because I don't know of it. I only hear of it. That one is that. They called me and thanked me this morning and said they got the money. So I don't know. And then I saw yesterday one girl on the thing, she was rubbing about Western Union and Jane, because she said that the lady actually turned her away from the Western Union thing 3-4 times. I should say she had the information in her phone, except you might be said the transaction, right? Mm-hmm. And she wouldn't take it to tell her she needed to write it on a paper. And she didn't have a paper and pen, but she had to write. When she get it, she wrote it on a prescription that she had. And she said when she went back, then she asked her what were the person relation to her. And she said she told them, and she turned her back again. And one whole heap of mixed up. She said they were, and then she said when she read them, when she went back, or she told her she wasn't rude to her, but she said she was rude. She ended up canceling. Imagine canceling. She said she didn't know they could do that. Cancel her transaction, and she had to call the person in the U.S. to say that was very rude. So she was complaining about JN in Western Union. I can't tell you if it's true, but I heard it. I saw it on the Jamaica Star or the Gleaner or one of them, or the Observer or whatever. But this girl, and she said that the clerk was very rude and she needs to be fired because she turned her away 4 times and then canceled her transaction. To say, and she didn't know what she needed that money for. Suppose she had a person sick or something and she needed medication from. She said that's very rude. They need to learn on customer service skills because got none. And she was really mad. And I said, yeah, that's bad because she said she waited to put other people in front of her after they turned her down. And it was a lot of people, but 4 times they turned her away from that counter and she never got her money. So I don't know. I say all things going on that store for them. Plenty of corruption. Then they say about it in politics. But what I watch some of the parliament stuff, and plenty of people not gonna get nothing because with the aid that going in there should be not one person left in Jamaica without food and water and things. And I see some sad situation. There can be plenty of dead people that are dying for want, for just little water and some food. Okay. They were about, I had to cry. They were pregnant people up and down. And I watched that myself. I see that with my own eyes. It's very bad situation. There can be plenty thieving going on now. And half of the people not going to get what they're saying. And plenty aid going in there. But plenty money. Come, like the Spaniards say, bastante dinero. Está circulando, pero los que lo necesitan no lo van a conseguir.
Sí, mamacita. Hi, Miss Shelma dropped that Spanish on us this morning. Take that, y'all. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, listen, like I said last week, it is unfortunate because a lot of people are going to be abusing and misusing the system. And, you know, this is a time when they should come together and really try to do better, but that's just not happening. You know, they're taking advantage. So this is no bueno. Yeah, hold on one second here. I got to get on tech support with my people. Let me see what I can do here. Yeah. So anyway, we will continue to monitor the situation. There were some reports going out just yesterday as well, saying that saying that essentially. Sorry, talking to tech support in this window over here. Yeah, so essentially, you know, there are reports going out that, you know, it's just pure madness of what's happening there. But we got messages this morning that women were being sexually assaulted in some of the what do you call them? Oh, Lord have mercy. Some of the, where you go for the hurricane shelters. And I was shocked to, well, when one of our people before the storm said, there are women who do not want to go in these storms in the shelters because of this. Y'all were cussing her out saying, that not true, that not true. Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm telling you that this message, let me show y'all what we received, is being forwarded around, saying that if you have family members in this particular shelter, to please go get your women out, because this is what the message says. And I don't know where exactly this is, but it says this: you have anyone staying at the Petersfield shelter in Westmoreland, try and contact them. They're raping women in the shelter. So I don't know who they is and how this is happening. Let me call you back, sir. I'm still on air. Yeah. Okay. So this was being circulated on WhatsApp. So I don't know where the Peterfield's shelter is and what's going on there. But you know, it's a hot mess. No bueno. Yeah. I don't know. So I mean, obviously the police need to get a hold of this. If this is really happening, they need to offer these women some protection. But you know, their resources right now are stretched. I meant to reach out to Andre Stevens and see if he could provide any further details on this, because you know, obviously he's there in Jamaica. He might have a better fix of what's going on. So I don't know. It's a hot mess, quite frankly. Did you guys see as well that they have the Westmoreland Hospital there in what was it called again? Black River, the one that got destroyed. I think it's the American Red Cross, you know, that has gone in there, and they've actually set up a portable hospital. So, oh gosh, typhoon in Philippines has gone from 66 dead up to 114 now. And they're saying Philippines declares a national state of emergency. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. This storm has affected at least 114 dead and affected nearly 2 million residents. So almost the entire population of Jamaica is being, you know, impacted there in the Philippines. So, and they've got another one coming right behind it. I don't think it's headed for Cebu, but, you know, the country is already declared a state of emergency. My goodness. Typhoon Tino did a real number in the place. All right, so let me just have a look here. Yeah, they've actually set up a field hospital. Let me see if I can find the video, because I was watching this yesterday. And it's amazing, I must tell you, what they have been able to do, even with the field hospital. I mean, honestly, I was impressed. I was like, wow, that field hospital looks pretty good. So they set up the field hospital very, very quickly, and they've got, I think, 30 something patients and stuff in there, including pregnant women. So it was obviously something that they needed, you know, and they were doing a tour with government officials. The cruise industry rallies behind Jamaica with over US $3 million in hurricane relief. So yeah, they're getting the help, you know, and it will be, but the recovery process will still be slow. Even with you could send them $1 billion. That doesn't necessarily speed up the recovery process, because there's steps to it that have to be taken. Oh yes, here's the video of the field hospital. Let me just download this and show you guys this video. So, you know, there are steps that will have to be taken. You've got to remove debris. You've got to, you know, make assessments of people in terms of their needs. And you know, some areas, I was shocked by this, but apparently there are some water tables that have now, as a result of this storm, opened up underneath people's homes and stuff. And it's crazy, because people who might have survived the hurricane, like their homes are relatively intact, they actually have a whole other issue, because these water tables have opened up they now have to evacuate their homes because their homes are no longer safe for them to remain in. Like whole new rivers and waters areas are now created. And I was like, what? That is so crazy. Yep. And sometimes it's coming right underneath people's homes. So I've gotten confirmation that the visa office in Jamaica is operational, regular hours, fully open, and no issues there. So yes, the Cayman visa office in Kingston is open for business with no problems. So, my apologies. But yeah, it's a mess. All right, I'm downloading this field thing. So let me do that. And let me see. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, here's your reporter. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, it's wow, the world is in a mess. You know what else has been interesting to follow? I don't know if you guys have been following this, but apparently some Jamaicans believe, quite foolishly, I must say, because this now is verging on absurdity, but they believe that this hurricane was man-made. And I'm just like, when I first heard this kind of trending, I was like, say what? Hurricane man-made? Okay, so I mean, I thought about it for a second. And I find it hard to believe that people still believe that kind of stuff, to be honest. But the logical side of me said, you know what? You know what y'all need to believe? Y'all need to understand how, in a way, it is man-made. Because y'all destroying the earth with all the shit that y'all be doing. So from that perspective, yeah, it's man-made. Y'all need to stop destroying Mother Earth because there's only so much she can take. So y'all created the problem. That's true. When I say y'all, I mean every single one of us have to take some accountability in terms of, you know, what we do to heat up the earth. And so now we're all going to pay the price by having extensive, and I do mean extensive, you know, heat and all these things that are contributing to more and more powerful hurricanes across the globe, not just in our region, but all over the world. But I'm shocked that people are talking about this was man-made. How do you make a hurricane? Give us a secret. How is it man-made? Those of you who believe that, help me out here. You know, I'm just thinking how this works. It's crazy. All right, let me see. Something smelled, Miss Stacy, baking something, man. My sinuses just smelled some goodies. Something chocolatey. I wonder what she go. I wonder if it's banana bread. Something smells good, Ran. Yeah. Don't blame the people, blame the factories. Well, who's running factories and putting factories up? You know, I mean, I don't know. Y'all tell me, they're not people that are doing that. Tamika says, yesterday rainfall, a friend had 2 large black tanks. They were full and run over. People sit and stand in that rain homeless. Bad weed going around in Jamaica, apparently. Bad weed. Okay. Anything on Cuban? On Cuba, I mean, we haven't heard a whole lot, but I'm guessing that they got hit pretty hard. Gabby says during this video is taking a while to download. It's at 25%. It's pretty long. As a matter of fact, I'm going to kill the video. Let me stop it. Hold on. Just pause. Because what we can do instead is just play it from the source because it's taken up a lot of unnecessary resources. Hold on. Field hospital. Oh, big shout out. Looks like today's Jermaine's birthday. I see Joe doing a little birthday shout out there for you on social media. Happy birthday, Jermaine. Okay, I'm gonna play this for you guys. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on. Hold on, honey chill. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, but nobody creates these hurricanes. I mean, Mother Nature's creating it because she's pissed off at all of us, quite frankly, for what we're doing to the earth. But that's about it. Okay. All right, so have a look at this. Let me see here now. Share screen. Okay. Oh, Kirks. All righty, honey chill. Let me see here now.
Sandy.
Okay, hold on. All right, ready? Okay, let me bring it in. This is a field hospital in Jamaica, in Black River. And you can see they have quite a number of tents up. I was impressed. I was like, wow.
Start here at our triage tent. Patients would enter in through this way. Watch your step. Come in.
Hi.
So we have paramedics and nurses who would welcome patients and kind of get their vital signs.
Okay.
And get the chart going, find out what they're here to be seen for.
Right. Okay. This is your triage area.
Yeah, triage.
Yeah.
And then we go right into the emergency department.
Okay.
Well, yeah, let's take a picture.
So we have 4 ER physicians, so night shift, day shift.
Right.
We have a crash bed over there, in case somebody podes.
Right.
We have telemetry, EKG machines, handheld oxygen.
Right. What's the patient number for inpatient care?
Total?
Yeah.
30.
30. Okay.
30.
Okay. Right.
And these beds here are being moved. This right here, the obstetrics bed will be moved out of
Okay.
this area.
This is just so you can see our laboratory and our pharmacy.
Yes,
We're
of
still
course.
working to set up, but we have lab and then our pharmacy area.
The pharmacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So it's climate controlled. We just
Yeah,
put that up
I
and
can
running
appreciate
today.
that. Very nice. Yeah. Okay. Great. Excellent. So if you have issues with pharmacy medication,
Yes,
the NHF also can fill some of those gaps.
absolutely. One of the big
So we're gonna
ones
establish
to
that.
start with is some of our narcotic medications to get started with surgery.
Right.
We're going to need some. I think we'll be working with Black River, the hospital, to
Okay.
fulfill those. We have a shipment coming in,
Right.
but it's not here yet till Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I talked yesterday about that.
do.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your staff?
Yeah. What's your step? Hey, this is entering into our step down and ICU area. There we have 2 separate. So step down with telemetry. This is our X-ray capacity. So we have a mobile X-ray machine that can travel
Goes
throughout the
around.
hospital.
Okay. Great.
This.
And then right over here is the intensive
Aye.
care unit. So we have an intensive care physician and nurses. We have
Okay,
2
hi.
ventilator beds and then 2 critical care beds.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And then this is our operating room.
Okay.
Watch your step, Doug.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's our operating
Hi.
room.
Hello.
We have an
Hi.
orthopedic surgeon, a
How
general
are you?
surgeon,
Mr. Stoffton. Nice to meet you.
the surgical staff.
Hi. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. How are you? Hi. How are you? Hello. How are you? Hi. How are you?
And this is our anesthesiology.
Okay.
This is Bill.
Yeah. And then right to there is our sterilization area where they
Okay.
sterilize equipment.
Right. Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Okay. So this is sterilization.
Sterilization, yeah. So we have
Okay.
ortho trays and our team
Right.
sterilizes and turns it out.
Autoclave. Yeah.
Yes.
Very.
Wash basins. We have water and sanitation experts on site so we can supply water.
Right. So the idea would be then, Doc, that what's happening on the compound of Black River Hospital now?
So we're able to offer emergency services only.
You're right.
For now.
Right.
Once we're able to clear some of the debris, hopefully we can use part of male ward or female ward for ambulatory patients,
Right.
but still no inpatient.
What about the primary care for the chronically ill, the hypertension, that sort of? Are you putting up do we need to put up a field primary care facility on the compound there?
So what we're intending to do is try to use a lot of our physicians for some of the primary care
Right,
activities.
right.
We're also interface with primary care to continue that care.
Right.
Five-Spen is still running.
Right.
UL is still running.
Right.
Santa Cruz is still running.
Right,
So we
okay.
still have some sites that we can use.
Okay.
And I guess we can discuss later on if we need an extension of the field.
Yeah. So on the site itself, would you still offer a primary care facility? Because across the road is damaged, right?
Exactly.
So if we need to put up a tent,
We have some.
you have one. We could put one on that site or put here, whichever is better.
Over there would be better.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do that. The other thing I wanted to outline is the support that Samaritans Purse wants to give in some of the outreach. We probably would want to coordinate that so that where some of our people are down because of all of the issues, they are happy to go into some of the communities and do some stuff. So if we have a nurse in that area, that particular community where you think the need is greatest, then we dispatch them, that nurse would work with them, that kind of thing. So that it takes some of the pressure off our own people who are already damaged in one way, shape or form. So you're comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually.
And you guys have already met, so you're
Yes, we
comfortable.
did. Yeah,
So
we
that's
met all of the lead physicians yesterday.
excellent. So that coordination is what's going to be important. So I suspect you'll have a small team, management, coordination to know where who goes, where what goes, that kind of thing.
And every day
Okay.
we're working together over here.
Okay.
Whoever needs to come and work will be able to make that work.
All right.
In
Great.
general, without the leaves, we blew the leaves in here with the helicopters.
No, that's fine.
We'll have ward patients in here.
Right. So this is the ward
Physical
space.
therapy and more chronic care.
Right. So you'll have a male and female.
That's right.
Okay.
One on each side of the compound.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So this is a ward space. Great.
Okay, that would be great. That'd be great.
So how many of these do you have?
So how many wards? I believe
Yeah.
there's 3 of them. 2 of them.
Two. One on the side, one
female, male
male on the other side. Okay. And then where do you guys sleep?
In the back. I'll show you.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind.
Don't look at my bed.
It's a full village. You're the inventory manager. Inventory control. Yeah, lovely, lovely. Excellent. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, all right?
We do trackers, we look at our burn rates and
Yeah.
make sure whatever we need to restock is restocked.
Right. So this is all about inventory.
It's a desalination unit.
Oh,
You take salt water and make clean water.
oh, nice. So you're taking the water. So you'll have
Yeah.
enough. You'll have enough water supply.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Excellent.
That's right.
I'm very impressed, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
I sound like I want to be a Samaritan member one day.
Thank you for letting us help.
No, we appreciate it. It's lovely. I like the fact that you have a full ecosystem. Everything is
Self-sustainable.
yeah, self-sustaining system.
We're totally self-sufficient. We won't take any of the resources from the community.
Right.
Except for some things, if we can get narcotics maybe for a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll bring everything in.
We'll have some of that. Don't worry. So, Doc, you feel a little more relieved now?
Yes,
We
actually.
can save some lives.
I like the fact that it's going to be collaborative.
It has to be. There's no other way.
So
Huh?
we have a close signature agreement.
Yeah.
People are in the space as well.
Yeah.
So we communicate directly.
It has to be collaborative. We won't have it any other way.
Good.
But I'm cognizant, and you may want to pass this on, of the fact that you guys are under pressure. You lose your house, you lose your this, you lose that. So once you are comfortable, we need to give you some relief.
Before we go in there, I always want to say the one thing I want to do is
come out of the
take
sun.
the pressure off of these guys.
Yeah, that's the
That's
point.
the most important thing.
Yeah.
We want to move in, take the pressure off of you. And here's what we're actually planning on doing. And I've talked to everybody over the next number of weeks. We're going to transition this hospital. And we're going to leave this in 6 to 8 weeks. And you guys are going to have it all.
Good. We appreciate that.
So step in for the next 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks. Take the pressure off. You guys can rebuild the hospital, the primary carriers, your own homes.
Right.
And then come in and take over this. That's the plan.
One of the things that I'm going to want you to do, and you're going to have to help us, meaning your local team, is shadow the technical crew.
Absolutely.
Because maintenance
Yes.
of this infrastructure
Vital.
is important. So
Yes.
whoever is here that's in charge of that, you probably need 2 or 3 of the guys from Black River
Hospitals, yes.
who are the maintenance people, and let them just shadow them
Yes.
and learn the whole setup and so on. So we're gonna have to do that.
That's going to be important.
I will visit from time to time because there are 4 other parishes that were hit. Next door here is Westmoreland Parish. We're going to be placing some field hospitals in those other 4 locations. We're working with the Spanish, the Israelis, the Canadians. Many of them you may know because you have been out in the field with them. So it's really a network where Ground Zero represents a number of areas. And so I'll be passing through back and forth, checking on you. My team will do the same, and we'll ensure that everybody is comfortable. All right, so thank you very much. God bless.
All right, folks. So there is a update at the sort of a field hospital in Black River. And big shout out to this organization. I recognize the name because we've actually had, I think, one of their representatives. We've done a story before because they partnered with Health City Cayman Islands to offer surgeries in other countries, third world countries, Honduras. I think it was the one with where the mom and the baby both found out that they had a heart condition, and they really stepped up. So big shout out to Samaritan's Purse. It is an evangelical Christian humanitarian aid organization that provides physical and spiritual assistance to people in need around the world, including those affected by war, poverty, natural disasters, and disease. And it is led by President Franklin Graham, whose organization's work includes disaster relief, medical ministries, and long-term development projects. And they work in partnership with local churches. And they have a well-known program called Operation Christmas Child, which delivers shoebox gifts to children in need. So really an amazing organization. This is the type of Christian organizations that we would like to see more of, all over the place. I was really dismayed recently when I heard that some of our Caribbean Christian organizations were actually out here telling the churches, we're telling people that in Jamaica that despite the storm and their homes and everything being completely destroyed, that they needed to find money to be able to make a donation to the church still, that they were still obligated by God, I guess, to pay their tithes. I was like, what did y'all just say? Don't get me started. Today, not a day. The House is in Parliament. The budget will be laid. We have the Honorable Premier of the Cayman Islands, Mr. Andre Ebanks, now speaking. So I'm going to go ahead and cue this up so that we can all hear this.
Oversight and for low-income Caymanian families seeking affordable housing. We're increasing the funding by $450,000 to $680,000 in both 26 and 27. 7, administration of the Build on Your Own Property program. This initiative assists Caymanian families who wish to construct homes on property they already own, providing guidance and support throughout the building process. The funding for this will jump from $20,000 to $340,000 in 26 and 27. Environmental services and research. This funding supports the development and maintenance of a world-class environmental protection framework, including conservation efforts, environmental monitoring and reporting, compliance with local and international regulations, and oil spill contingency planning. It provides operational support for sustainable resource management and environmental stewardship. We're increasing the funding from $6.7 million to $8 million in 26 and $8.5 million in 2027. The overall allocation for financial assistance to families is being expanded with an additional $4.6 million allocated in 2026, rising from $18.2 million in 2025 to $22.8 million in 2026 and nearly $23.4 million in 2027. increase the overall budget allocation for care of indigent and disabled elderly persons, rising from $2 million to $2.7 million in 26 and 27, reflecting the realities of this area of assistance. Support for the Meals on Wheels program in Grand Cayman is substantially boosted from $175,000 to $500,000 to better provide meals for older persons in need. We're increasing the spend on our country's submarine cable solution, where a third-party operator is competitively selected to build, own, operate, and collect revenue for a new submarine cable in return for a grant from $180,000 to $1 million in 2026 and another $1 million in 2027. Mr. Speaker, this budget represents a turning point for the Cayman Islands. It is the end of kicking problems down the road, confronting inherited challenges with courage and evidence-based solutions, a shift from growth at any cost to sustainable development, strategic investment of $1.2 billion across 7 transformative outcomes, 5, fiscal responsibility demonstrated through projected surpluses and financial compliance with all fiscal indicators. To summarize, the big ticket items this budget addresses: lowering the cost of living, lowering the cost of healthcare, overhauling our education system by truly investing in early childhood care and education, and strategically reforming further and post-secondary education to align with the opportunities in the economy, resolving the affordable housing crisis that has affected generations of Caymanians, modernizing immigration, investing in vital infrastructure, addressing environmental deterioration and beach erosion, and driving digital transformation and modernization of government services. Considering some of our capital needs, Mr. Speaker, some may ask, how are we as a country going to fund all this? This, Mr. Speaker, is another example where this government will be innovative by advancing the use of public-private partnerships and other ways to finance our major projects. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we must address these challenges together as a country. But as government leaders, I ask the public to hold us accountable. To support this, government commits to providing the people with evidence-based targets and evaluation frameworks, quarterly public reports on financial and performance outcomes, oversight by Parliament, civil society, and independent auditors, and deliver or explain framework for all ministries and agencies. So the people of the Cayman Islands expect results. Insist on them. But we also ask that you actively participate in this courageous transformation of our country. Support the long-term vision, knowing that real change requires discipline, patience, and a shared effort. Mr. Speaker, we have a choice. The people of the Cayman Islands have a choice. We can continue the old ways, kicking problems down the road, favoring expediency over evidence, allowing gaps to widen between rich and poor, between Caymanians and opportunity, or we can choose transformation. When I spoke to the Chamber of Commerce on the 23rd of October, several hundred business leaders across a range of industries stood up and pledged their support to helping us build a stronger, fairer Cayman. They committed to joining us and working with us to find solutions to some of our most pressing issues. This budget is our choice. it says we will no longer defer the difficult decisions. We will no longer accept a status quo that leaves too many Caymanians behind. Mr. Speaker, I call on every member of this honorable House to support this transformative budget. I call on the people of the Cayman Islands to hold us accountable for delivering on these commitments. I call on our public service to embrace this transformation with professionalism, pace, and passionate dedication. I call on our business community to partner with us in building a stronger, more inclusive economy. And I call on every Caymanian to believe that advancement is possible, that our best days are ahead, and that together we can build the Cayman Islands our children and their children deserve. As this government has publicly said before, Mr. Speaker, we will measure our success not by how many announcements we make, but by how many lives we strengthen. May God bless this honorable House, and may God continue to bless our beloved Cayman Islands. Thank you.
Presentation of petitions, obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
I have received notice for the member for Georgetown East that he would like to mention one member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past month, we've actually had two significant deaths in our community of Georgetown East. First person I wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker, is that of Reverend Joe Crawford, who passed away about a month ago. And the second being Mr. Siebert Wood, who, long-standing member of our community. Both of them have contributed significantly to this country and to its development and to the people. And they are sadly missed today. And I just wanted to send condolences to Reverend Crawford's widow and Mr. Siebert's widow, Miss Aileen Wood, from us here within the Parliament, and extend to them both our deepest condolences and prayers that they will find strength and comfort to make it through these most difficult times for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I invite members to stand for a minute of silence of respect and condolences. Starting now. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you would indulge me, I just want to first off say thank you to the Premier and the government for including myself and the opposition in the efforts in offering our support to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. And the result has shown that we can overcome political differences when it comes to combining our efforts to help those who are in need, and in particular, in this case, our brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to take an opportunity to recognize that a lot of persons within our community, and those in particular in the Filipino community amongst us, are this morning and over the last day or so have been struggling to deal with the Typhoon Kalamiji, which killed 114 people in Cebu in the Philippines. And there are a lot of families here who are still seeking to make contact with their loved ones overseas. And so I would like to also recognize this morning that our thoughts and prayers are with them and the people of the Philippines. Thank you.
Raising of matters of privilege.
None.
Other business.
None.
Government business.
Yeah. Let the record reflect that there is no private member's business for the day, so therefore we will do government business.
Bills. First reading. The Appropriation Financial Years 2026 and 2027 Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Finance and Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading.
No, we have to do the first reading first.
She can do the first reading.
We have to do the first reading. The clerk, yeah, okay. The bill has been deemed to have been read the first time and is set down for a second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly didn't want to jump ahead of myself. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled The Appropriation Financial Years 2026 and 2027 Bill 2025.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for inviting me to speak to the second reading of the Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill. Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility that I rise in this honorable chamber to deliver what I believe history will prove to be a budget that is going to be remembered as a key turning point, not because of its fiscal prudence, but because, Mr. Speaker, it is a responsible path to a stronger tomorrow, a pragmatic approach to addressing the public's needs. Mr. Speaker, in managing the country's finances, government must look candidly at the resources we possess, seek out opportunities, assess the challenges we face, and consider the needs of our people. That responsibility carries special weight in small jurisdictions like ours, where every decision, every dollar, and every policy directly touches our families, our schools, and our shared future. This, Mr. Speaker, I believe to be a budget that is going to be hailed as a true turning point. I take great pride in saying that the team on the government bench, strongly supported by the public service, has been able to craft a way forward that Caymanians can feel justly proud of. But more importantly, Caymanians will feel a positive impact from. We are guided, Mr. Speaker, on this path to a stronger tomorrow by ensuring that we use a pragmatic approach to address the public needs. And this budget reflects a careful balance between that fiscal prudence and the duty of care that we owe to all of our citizens. It is about ensuring that our schools are equipped, our elderly are supported, our environment is protected, the safety and security of our borders and communities is strengthened, and most importantly, our economy remains strong to all global challenges. For Mr. Speaker, we can have a great wish list, but if we do not have a strong economy to fund the critical needs, then, Mr. Speaker, where will we be? Caymanians have always built strong foundations through sensible choices and shared sacrifices, and this budget continues that proud tradition, a steadfast, pragmatic path forward toward stronger and a more secure Cayman Islands for all. Mr. Speaker, before presenting the specific numbers and policy measures that define this budget, it is essential that we first take stock on where we stand today. A responsible government must build every plan for the future in an honest assessment of present realities. The Cayman Islands, like other jurisdictions, has been impacted by an ever-changing and challenging global environment, yet our fiscal position has remained sound, our reserves sufficient, and our overall economy resilient. This firm foundation gives us the confidence to meet current obligations, sustain essential investments, and chart a prudent path forward as we enter our next budget cycle. The 2025 financial year, Mr. Speaker, has been one of disciplined recovery and steady progress. Through prudent management and effective expenditure control, the Cayman Islands has restored stability to the public finances while continuing to meet the needs of our people. Revenues have performed strongly across key sectors, such as financial services and real estate. Expenditures have been contained through tighter governance, and reserves remain above the thresholds required by our framework for fiscal responsibility. These outcomes demonstrate that sound fiscal management works, and that when we plan responsibly, Caymanians benefit. It is from this position of strength and stability that we now turn to the financial forecast for 2025, which provide the foundations for the 2026 to 2027 budget now before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, accuracy in both budgeting and forecasting are essential to achieving, respectively, a credible budget and reasonable end-of-year projections once a financial year has started. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development is leading the strengthening of our financial forecasting capabilities across the public sector and will initiate a program to improve forecasting across government. It is worth repeating, Mr. Speaker, a precursor to realistic end-of-year forecasting once a financial year starts is establishing a realistic budget before a financial year begins. Revenue estimates have been enhanced through a three-pronged approach using forecasts from the government's revenue unit, estimates from chief officers and chief financial officers of ministries, portfolios, and offices, and the Economic and Statistics Office, or the ESO. The ESO, with its professional economists, have a wealth of experience in revenue and economic forecasting, drawing upon technical guidance and support from regional and international institutions. In the Cayman Islands, our revenue inflows generally follow the same path as our gross domestic product, or GDP, over the years, and the links are incredibly strong. In simple terms, when GDP goes up, revenue does too. This connection is so close that the correlation between government's revenues and the island's GDP has been calculated at a 99.9% interrelation, indicating that government's revenues and the island's nominal GDP move in almost perfect unison. So, when projecting future revenues, a first step is to forecast GDP. This will allow the government to confidently project future revenue levels. Mr. Speaker, the ASO reassesses and will revise when needed the GDP forecasts at least 4 times per year. Therefore, going forward, revenue forecasts will be revised multiple times per year. Let's keep in mind that the world's economy is fast moving and constantly evolving. So projecting for future years will always be influenced by factors professionals might not be aware of today. For this reason, government will regularly update its revenue estimates, its GDP calculations, and other economic forecasts in order to ensure that projections take account of new information and previously unforeseen developments. To complement our existing quarterly financial reporting regime, the government will institute a quarterly forecasting cycle that will deploy predictive analytics which integrates macroeconomic indicators, historical collection patterns, seasonality, and the impacts of policy decisions. The enhanced forecasting will require each ministry, portfolio, and office to submit updated revenue and expenditure projections supported by explanations of material variances from expected results. This analysis will be consolidated by the Treasury Department. The review process will require chief officers and chief financial officers to explain and document their revised forecasts. The completed analysis will be presented to caucus and onward onto cabinet. Mr. Speaker, these changes will improve confidence in forward estimates, enable faster quarterly adjustments, and ultimately deliver better outcomes for the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, before I provide the details of the 2026-2027 budget and the government plans in those years, let me provide a brief update of the current state of public finances and forecast to the end of financial year 31st December 2025. Operating revenues are forecast to be $1.184 billion, which is some $48 million higher than the estimate on the original 2025 budget. The higher than budgeted operating revenues are mainly due to favorable variances in financial services and real estate related revenues. Mr. Speaker, operating and finance expenses for core government are forecast to be $1.174 billion for 2025, which is $90.9 million greater than the original budget of $1.083 billion. The major drivers for the increased operating expenditures are outputs from non-governmental suppliers are anticipated to be $45.1 million higher than originally budgeted, mainly due to the appropriation NGS 55, tertiary level medical care at various local and overseas providers for uninsured, underinsured, and indigent persons being significantly under budgeted in the 2025 original budget. Outputs from statutory authorities and government companies are projected to be $25.3 million more than the original budget, primarily due to increased numbers of medically indigent persons requiring primary and secondary level medical care at the Health Services Authority. Transfer payments are forecast to be $40.4 million more than budget due to increases in scholarships and financial assistance for elderly, disabled, seafarers, and veterans. And lastly, statutory authority and government companies are forecast to have a net operating deficit of $13.1 million at the end of 31st December 2025 compared to an original budgeted deficit of $2 million. The accumulated results of all these changes is that core government is now forced to achieve an operating surplus of $10.3 million, which is $40.9 million less than the original budgeted operating surplus of $53.2 million. Core government cash balances at 31st December 2025 are forecast to be $414.2 million, which is 2.1 million better than the 412.1 that was originally budgeted in 2023 when the 2025 budget was prepared. Overall, the 2025 projections mean that the government is forecast to be in full compliance with the principles of responsible financial management and the FFR. Core government's forecast operating surplus is expected to be $10.3 million. Net worth is forecast to be positive at $2.5 billion. The debt service ratio will be less than the 10% of core government revenue at a projected 6.2%. The net debt ratio is forecast to be less than the maximum allowed of 80% of core government's operating revenue at an estimated 17.2%, and cash reserves at 31st December are forecast to be 97.3 days of operating expenses, which is more than the minimum requirement of 90 days. Mr. Speaker, these results are not just evidence of fiscal discipline. They show that responsible planning creates real opportunities for our people. Every surplus, every controlled expense, and every investment is designed to meet the practical needs: better education, more comprehensive health care, safer roads, and stronger communities. That is what we mean by a pragmatic approach to addressing the public's needs. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the global economic outlook. The International Monetary Fund projects global growth of 3% in 2025, increasing slightly to 3.1% in 2026, supported by stronger consumer demand in the United States of America and investments in emerging technologies. Nonetheless, the world economy continues to face headwinds from supply chain fragility, geopolitical tensions, and changing tariff measures among major economies, factors which could place upward pressure on inflation and dampen global trade. The Cayman Islands Economic Outlook 2025 to 2028. The economic growth is projected at 2.6% in 2025, easing to 2.2% in 2026, before rebounding modestly to 2.5% in 2027. Inflation is expected to average around 2.4%, reflecting continued price pressures, while unemployment should remain low at roughly 2.8 to 3%. Cayman's current account deficit, typically for small open economies, is forecast to widen about 14% of GDP over the medium term, reflecting high import dependency and sustained capital investment. The economic forecasts assume continued resilience in financial services, with insurance and fund registrations expanding, and a further strengthening in stay-over tourism. Construction activity is projected to moderate, yet remain buoyed by major public infrastructure and housing projects. Mr. Speaker, while global opportunities from trade protectionism to climate impacts present ongoing risks, Cayman's diversified service economy, prudent fiscal management, and strong human capital development fundamentals provide a solid foundation for sustained growth. Through continued discipline and investment in resilience, this government remains confident that the Cayman Islands will maintain its standing as one of the region's strongest and most stable economies. Mr. Speaker, now turning to the details of the 2026 and 2027 budget. Operating revenue for 2026 is forecast to be $1.26 billion, with $1.2 billion being coercive revenue and the balance of $57.5 million in sales of goods and services. Investment revenue donations, and other operating revenue. In 2027, operating revenue is forecast to be $1.32 billion, with $1.27 billion in coercive revenue and the balance of $59.2 million in sales of services, investment revenue, donations, and other operating revenue. Mr. Speaker, the revenue forecast includes new revenue measures, which are projected to yield an additional revenues of $72.5 million in 2026 and $99.9 million in 2027. The new revenue measures are related to financial services fees, primarily legal and accountant practitioner fees, fund annual return filing fees, exempted limited partnership, and corporate service providers fees. Domestic fees, mainly for stamp duty on high-end real estate transfers and a number of immigration fees, and various trade or license fees, mainly from the Special Economic Zone trade certificate fees and local company control fees. Operating and financing expenses in 2026 is forecast to be $1.25 billion and $1.29 billion in 2027. Mr. Speaker, the major cost drivers of the operating and finance expenses are: personnel costs are budgeted to be $569.3 million in 2026 and $585.3 million in 2027 to fund salaries, pension, and health insurance for civil servants. Supplies and consumables are budgeted to be $194.1 million and $201.9 million in 2026 and 2027, respectively. And depreciation is projected to be $72.5 million in 2026 and $74.4 million in 2027, and reflects the increase in the value of government's assets as various capital projects are completed. Mr. Speaker, it is important to remind the honorable members and the general public that depreciation is a non-cash expenditure item which recognizes the cost of assets through the operating statement in a systematic way, in accordance with the financial reporting standards or accounting rules over the expected useful life of the assets. Mr. Speaker, another cost driver of the operating expenditures will be financing costs. As I mentioned earlier, the 2026 and 2027 budget allows the government to borrow up to $124 million in 2026 and a further $112 million in 2027, for a total of $236 million over the 2 financial years. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to emphasize that the proposed borrowings of $226 million will only be used to fund the government's capital program over the 2026 and 2027 financial years, and will not be used to fund operating expenditures, as the latter is adequately funded by operating revenues. The government's debt to GDP ratio averages 8.5% over the 2026 to 2027 budget period, which is an enviable metric that few countries in the world can match. Over the 2026-2027 budget period, the government will continue to keenly monitor its cash reserves and cash needs, and will only draw down on the loan funds if and when it is absolutely necessary to do so. As a result of existing and new borrowings, the government is expected to incur financing costs of up to $21.5 million in 2026 and $30.7 million in 2027. These expenses cover the interest payments and other financing costs associated with core government's portfolio of debt. If the proposed borrowings of $236 million are drawn down, the government end-of-year debt balances will be approximately $578.9 million in 2026 and $633.7 million in 2027. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to honor its obligations to repay debt of approximately $50.4 million and $57.2 million to be repaid in 2026 and 2027, respectively. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to debt, let me remind my honorable members of this House and the wider public, just as we do in our personal lives, when we have significant and meaningful capital infrastructure that is required, such as building a home, people borrow, we borrow. There would be very few people on this planet that through the earnings they make from their salaries and or investment income would be able to fund significant capital expenditures such as a home. Therefore, you borrow. However, you borrow within the limits of what you can afford and what is prudent. So too is the government's actions over the 2026 and 2027 fiscal years. Outputs from statutory authorities and government companies are expected to total $224 million in 2026 and $228.9 million in 2027. The budget in this category will be used to fund the following: $77.6 million in 2026 and $83.9 million in 2027 to Cineco for the provision of health insurance benefits for civil servants, civil service pensioners, and qualified seafarers and veterans. $65.2 million in 2026 and $62.4 million in 2027 to the Health Service Authority for the provision of various medical services to the community. $32.8 million in 2026 and $33.8 million in 2027 to the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority for enhanced regulatory capacity to keep abreast of an ever-changing international regulatory regime. And $18.6 million in 2026 and 2027 to Cayman Airways Limited for the provision of international airlift to the Cayman Islands from strategic tourism markets and domestic airlift between our three islands. Outputs from non-governmental output suppliers are expected to be $72.5 million in 2026 and $72.6 million in 2027. The major items in this category are $43 million in 2026 and 2027 for tertiary medical care at various local and overseas providers for uninsured, underinsured, and indigent persons. $9 million in 2026 and 2027 for the public school meals program. $3 million in 2026 and 2027 in respect to legal aid services, and $2.8 million per year in 2026 and 2027 to care for the indigent and disabled elderly persons. Transfer payments are forecast to be $82 million in 2026 and 2027. These funds will be used to deliver critical social programs that support our young people in achieving their educational goals and provide vital financial support to the most vulnerable in our society. The major transfer payment budgeted in 2026 and 2027 are $37.3 million in 2026 and $37 million in 2027 for local and overseas scholarships, $25.1 million in 2026 and $25.6 million in 2027 for financial assistance and home repairs to support families and households in our communities. $10 million in 2026 and 2027 for ex gratia payments to approximately 975 seamen and veterans, and $2.5 million per year in 2026 and 2027 for youth, sports, and heritage programs. Collectively, Mr. Speaker, statutory authorities and government companies are forecast to incur net deficits of $4.5 million in 2026 and $7.2 million in 2027. Most notably, the Cayman Islands Airports Authority is forecast operating surpluses of $19.6 million in 2026 and $21.7 million in 2027. Cayman Airways is forecast operating deficits in 2026 of $16.3 million and $16.2 million in 2027. And the Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center Limited is forecast operating deficits of $8.5 million in 2026 and $8.8 million in 2027. For 2026, when considering the forecast operating revenues of $1.26 billion and the forecast operating and finance expenses of $1.25 billion, core government is forecast to earn an operating surplus of $11.1 million. Factoring in the forecast 4.5 operating deficit of public entities, the entire public sector is forecast to have an overall net surplus of $6.7 million in 2026. For 2027, when considering the forecast operating revenues of $1.32 billion and operating and financing expenses of $1.29 billion, core government is forecast to earn an operating surplus of $37.7 million. Factoring in the forecast $7.2 million operating deficit of public entities, the entire public sector is forecast to have an overall net surplus of $30.5 million in 2027. Mr. Speaker, as was outlined during the strategic policy phase of the budget process, I alerted this Honourable House to the fact that any material changes or variances between the SPS estimates and the final budget would be in the area of revenues, as we at that point had not completed all of the work in the revenue forecast projections. And so, Mr. Speaker, these results are through careful analysis, conservative estimates that we believe the government will earn over the next 2 fiscal years. And so, whilst these surpluses may not be as large as those in previous years' budgets delivered to this Honourable House, they are through careful and honest budgeting. They are through funding NGS 55, HEA2, TP41, and TP30 at levels that reflect the true cost of those outputs. And so, Mr. Speaker, I feel extremely confident that this budget is a truthful budget, a budget that will be one that will set the standard for all future budgets and those that will be delivered to this Honourable House. The government intends to make total capital investments of approximately $139.5 million in 2026 and a further $125.3 in 2027. These investments will be funded largely from borrowings. The government's capital investments reflect the theme of this budget in action: responsible choices creating lasting benefits. I repeat, responsible choices creating lasting benefits. Schools, healthcare facilities, housing, and infrastructure projects are being advanced not for extravagance, but because they strengthen tomorrow's Cayman, one where families thrive, education expands opportunity, and resilience is built into our national foundation. Mr. Speaker, capital investments into ministries and portfolios and offices are approximately $111.3 million in 2026 and a further $97.9 million in 2027. The major investments in this category include $21.4 million in 2026 and $19.4 million in 2027 for the completion of the new high school in Cayman Brac and the expansion of education facilities at the Sir Johnny Cumber Primary School and the Joanna Clark Primary School. $14.1 million in 2026 and $13.4 million in 2027 for the expansion maintenance, and improvements to our road network. 15 million in 2026 and 15.8 million in 2027 for various infrastructure and development projects. 1.6 million per year in 2026 and 2027 for land acquisition for agriculture purposes and conservation of Cayman's natural environment. In addition, the government is also planning to make capital investments into public entities, totaling 28.2 million in 2026 and a further 27.4 million in 2027. These investments include 10.5 million in 2026 and 8.5 million in 2027 to Cayman Airways Limited to cover debt, servicing, and operating expenditures. 8 million in 2026 and 7 million in 2027 to the National Housing Development Trust to cover debt servicing obligations and the construction of affordable homes, and 5 million in 2026 and 4 million in 2027 to the Cayman Turtle Conservation and Education Center Limited to cover operating losses. With respect to compliance with the principles of responsible financial management set out in the Public Management and Finance Act and the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility, the 2026-2027 budget forecasts the following levels of compliance with these principles. Net operating results should be positive. For 2026 and 2027, compliance is achieved as the government is forecast to record net operating surpluses of 11.1 million in 2026 and 37.7 million in 2027, respectively. Net worth should be positive. The government's net worth is forecast to be 2.5 billion at the end of 2026 and 2027, respectively. Debt servicing, that is the annual payments of interest and principal related to all public sector borrowing commitments, should be not more than 10% of core government's revenue. The core government is forecast to have debt servicing ratios of 6.5% in 2026 and 7.4% in 2027. Net debt, the total debt of core government plus the weighted average debt balance of public entities less government's liquid assets should be not more than 80% of core government's revenues for the fiscal year. The net debt ratio is forecast to be 23.4% in 2026 and 24.2% in 2027, which is well below the 80% threshold. And finally, cash reserves. The unrestricted cash reserves, that is the operating bank account and general reserves of core government measured at the lowest point in the fiscal period, should be sufficient to cover 90 days of core government's estimated operating expenditures. For 2026, the government is forecast to have sufficient cash reserves to cover approximately 91.6 days of operating expenditures at the lowest point during the fiscal year. In 2027, it's forecast to have $96.3 million of cash reserves. Both years, Mr. Speaker, are above the 90-day requirement. Looking forward, Mr. Speaker, our government continues to advance the modernization of the public financial management system to ensure that every dollar spent delivers meaningful results for the people of the Cayman Islands. We are therefore considering a series of amendments to the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision and the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility to support a modern, outcome-based approach to budgeting, strengthen accountability, and enhance fiscal efficiency. Transition to outcome-based budgeting. First, we will transition from the current output-based budgeting model to an outcome-based budgeting framework. This shift will link public resources directly to the results and outcomes we seek to achieve, ensuring that government spending is measured not just by activity, but by its real impacts on our communities. This reform will strengthen alignment between national priorities, budget allocations, and results achieved, enhancing transparency, evidence-based policymaking, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have made significant progress with this project. We have developed a comprehensive framework that sets out the systematic and structured approach to financial planning, resource allocation, and performance monitoring. Late last year, early this year, all government agencies, including statutory authorities and government companies, attended workshops to develop their service inventories and key performance measures, or KPIs. These KPIs will track progress toward the achievement of outcomes. Mr. Speaker, we are currently in the process of reviewing the Public Management and Finance Act to make amendments to allow for the focus on outcomes and to promote transparency and accountability on how funds are spent. Mr. Speaker, we are aiming to affect the transition to outcome-based budgeting by the 2028-2029 budget. Mr. Speaker, we are also proposing to discontinue the separation of the strategic policy statement and integrated its contents directly into the main budget documentation. This change will eliminate duplication, reduce administrative burden, and provide Parliament and the public with a more comprehensive budget documentation system that clearly sets out our fiscal strategy, outcomes, and compliance with the framework for fiscal responsibility. To ensure our fiscal reporting remains both transparent and practical, we are reviewing the adoption of accounting standards other than International Public Sector Accounting Standards, or IPSAS, if these are better suited to our jurisdiction. IPSAS has become increasingly complex and can produce accounting results such as large unfunded healthcare liabilities that do not accurately reflect our fiscal sustainability. The new provisions will allow government to adopt alternative but internationally recognized frameworks that maintain accountability while improving timeliness, relevance, and cost-effectiveness in financial reporting. Mr. Speaker, we are also considering raising the threshold for mandatory independent technical advice on public-private partnerships and major projects from the current $10 million to $25 million. This adjustment recognizes the rising scale and cost of infrastructure projects and ensures that rigorous external scrutiny is focused on those of greatest fiscal significance. It will reduce delays and transaction costs for mid-sized projects while preserving strong governance for high-value or higher-risk investments. Mr. Speaker, we are also considering the debt principles under the framework for fiscal responsibility to ensure a fairer assessment of the fiscal capacity of statutory authorities and government companies to service their own obligations. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we are also considering eliminating the outdated distinction between executive and entity transactions within the Public Management and Finance Act. This dual structure has become unnecessarily complex and inconsistent with modern management practices. Removing the distinction will simplify accounting, streamline reporting, and create a single, unified financial framework, improving efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, together, these possible amendments will present a significant step forward in modernizing the government's public financial management framework. They will ensure that our budgeting, reporting, and accounting practices are efficient, transparent, and focused squarely on delivering outcomes that matters most to our people, stronger communities, a resilient economy, and prudent, responsible use of public funds. Mr. Speaker, government also intends to lead an economic and actuarial review of healthcare and property insurance markets to assess and explore the feasibility of national healthcare and property insurance plans aimed at stabilizing premiums enhancing resilience, and improving access to coverage. This review will entail the establishment of a bipartisan committee to make its recommendations on the possibility of creating such a national offering. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker. This review will entail the establishment of a bipartisan committee to make its recommendations on the possibility of making such a national offering. In layman's terms, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in decades in this country, we are going to establish a committee through Section 54 of the Constitution, housed within the Ministry of Financial and Economic Development, that is not just going to be government and then making a report to the opposition. That committee is going to include government members and opposition members. Our health care coverage and property insurance markets have been largely distorted by the fact that government typically takes all the risk while the private sector takes all the profits. That model cannot continue in this country. We must ensure that what we do in Cayman is best fit for our market and our conditions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can tell this honorable House that shortly after the conclusion of this budget, I will be inviting a number of members on the government bench and the opposition bench to work collaboratively for the betterment of these Cayman Islands. That is what our people have elected us to do. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention briefly to the Ministry of Education and Training's policy direction for the period 2026 through 2028. This is not merely a budget. It is a declaration of purpose. It defines the kind of Cayman Islands we are determined to build, a nation where every child, every learner, every family has the opportunity to thrive. This aligns squarely with the vision of the National Coalition for Caymanians to build a healthy, prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive Cayman where every Caymanian can fulfill their potential. We're empowering our people for a modern Cayman, one that is equitable, people-centric, forward-looking, and innovative. Mr. Speaker, our theme, every learner, every step, reminds us that education is not confined to a classroom or a stage of life. It is a journey that begins before a child enters a school gate, and it continues through adulthood, shaping the way we think, work, and contribute to our community. Today, I wish to speak not only about programs and projects, but about people, our children, our teachers, our parents, and our workforce. This is about the Caymanian story, our capacity to learn, to innovate, and to lead with compassion and courage. This budget underpins a clear course of national transformation through education and training. It is built upon the principle that education is the foundation of nation building, the key to social stability, economic resilience, and civic unity. Our Premier has said that we are building a stronger, fairer Cayman Islands, one where every Caymanian has the opportunity to learn, work, prosper, and live with dignity. That is the spirit that underpins our education and training agenda. Mr. Speaker, education is not an expense. It is an investment in our nation. A nation's true wealth lies not in its buildings or balance sheet, but in the capacity of its people, their creativity, their confidence, their competence. When we educate a child well, we are building a bridge from potential to prosperity. Every Caymanian child who learns to read fluently, comprehend what they have read, who discovers a passion for science, who creates art that expresses our identity, and who gains a skill that meets the demands of our economy, each one strengthens the fabric of our society. Our goal is clear: to build an education system that equips every learner to succeed in a rapidly changing world while remaining deeply rooted in Caymanian values, heritage, and community. Education is also the most powerful tool for equity. It narrows the gap that divides us, uplifts families, and gives every child, regardless of circumstance, a fair start in life. In our islands, where opportunities should be as boundless as the sea, no child should or will be left behind. That is why the budget commits this government to ensuring equitable access to a quality, well-rounded education system at all stages of learning. From early childhood care and education through compulsory schooling to technical, vocational, and tertiary learning, our policies will ensure continuity, fairness, and opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, we also understand that education and economic development is inseparable. Let me repeat that. Mr. Speaker, this NCFC government understands that education and economic development are inseparable. The modern Caymanian workforce must be adaptable, innovative, and prepared for global competition. As we diversify our economy, we must diversify our skills base in technology, health, renewable energy, creative industries, and more. The education and training priorities within the budget are designed precisely for this: to connect learning to labor, study to success, and talent to opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as we look ahead, we must take stock of how far we have come. When I was minister 12 years ago, the Minister of Education pursued comprehensive reforms to improve standards, strengthen accountability, and modernize the education system. We launched national strategies in early childhood, curriculum development, inclusion, and technical and vocational education and training, or TVET. We invested in school infrastructure and enhanced teacher professional development. The education system has continued to improve. However, Mr. Speaker, this progress has also revealed real lessons learned. We have learned that education excellence cannot be achieved through isolated initiatives. It requires alignment across agencies, across stages of learning, and across sectors. Too often, our education system has been segmented. One policy for early childhood, another for primary, another for special education. The future demands coherence, unified, learner-centered systems that connects every stage along a child's learning journey. That is why the NCFC's budget takes a new approach. It brings education, immigration, and workforce development together under one outcome: strong education and immigration systems that support a highly skilled and adaptable Caymanian population. But Mr. Speaker, those are fancy words. The reality will be the unity of purpose across government ministries, where we tear down silos and barriers, and we ensure that systems and people work together. In practical terms, that means ensuring every learner, from the toddler in preschool to the graduate entering the workforce, has a clear and supported pathway forward. Mr. Speaker, to realize this vision, we must also modernize how we work. The Ministry of Education and Training itself is undergoing a comprehensive restructuring to ensure that its internal systems, governance, and resourcing aligned fully with the broad outcomes of this budget. This restructuring will streamline processes, reduce duplication, and strengthen the connection between policy, data, and service delivery. It will also help us connect what we plan, what we spend, and the results we achieve for our students. We are bringing our key teams, policy, planning, finance, and performance to work more closely together as one united organization that can adapt quickly when new challenges or opportunities arise. We're also investing in better use of data, creating tools and dashboards that will help leaders and schools make quicker, smarter decisions. By using automation and artificial intelligence to handle routine tasks, our staff will have more time to focus on what truly matters: strategy, service, and student success. By working smarter, using our resources wisely, we will strengthen accountability and ensure that more funding and support reach where they make the biggest difference: in our schools, for our teachers, and for our learners. Mr. Speaker, a strong foundation in early childhood is the single greatest predictor of lifelong success. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, a strong foundation in early childhood is the single greatest predictor of lifelong success. Research and experience tell us that by the time a child reaches the age of 5, 90% of brain development has already occurred. Those early years are precious. They shape language, social skills, emotional resilience, and curiosity. For that reason, there will be a review of the Early Childhood Assistance Program, or ECAP, to ensure that no family is left behind because of cost barriers. We are committed to strengthening preschool subsidies, expanding access, and supporting quality assurance across early childhood settings. Mr. Speaker, equity also demands that we pay special attention to learners with exceptionalities. The expansion of the Lighthouse School will significantly increase capacity for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities and ensure that facilities meet the highest international standards. But inclusion is not confined to one campus. We will establish multidisciplinary school-based teams across the education system, bringing together educators, therapists, social workers, and counselors to provide coordinated support for vulnerable students. When we invest in inclusion, we are not just helping a few, we are enriching the entire learning community with compassion, empathy, and diversity. This is what equity looks like in action. A Caymanian where every child, regardless of ability, background, or circumstance, can find their place in our schools and in our society. Mr. Speaker, quality education is not static. It must evolve with the times. Our world is being reshaped by technology, artificial intelligence, and globalization. The classroom of the future must prepare our children not to only find jobs, but to create them. This budget therefore commits to enabling modern, relevant, and future-focused education systems. To achieve this, we will advance the development of a holistic education policy, one that integrates curriculum, assessment, and student well-being across all stages of learning. This policy will embed the values of equity, inclusion, and continuity from early childhood through adulthood. We will also undertake a post-compulsory national needs review, aligning secondary and post-secondary offerings with the skills our country need most in healthcare, technology, education, the trades, and entrepreneurship. And Mr. Speaker, this will be through the establishment of yet another Section 54 committee, which will drive the offerings and funding by the next budget cycle of our post-compulsory education offerings and the requisite funding levels. We will modernize curriculum frameworks to ensure that Caymanian students meet world-class standards in literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking while deepening their connection to Caymanian history, culture, and heritage. Mr. Speaker, there will be an emphasis on teacher quality because the best education systems are built on the shoulders of great teachers. We will strengthen teacher recruitment, induction, and professional development to ensure that every classroom is led by a capable, competent, and compassionate educator. Diversity in teachers must become a true strength in our system once again. I can remember, and I know the member from Georgetown East will remember, this name in particular, great teachers like Mr. Dutton, of which the member from Georgetown East was his proud first qualified Caymanian accountant. You can clap at that, members. Mr. Baldo, Mrs. Hedger, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Sprague, Ms. Christie, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Tressida, Mrs. Flatley. If we look at just that snapshot of when I went through high school, Mr. Speaker, we see a diversity of English, Caribbean, and Caymanian practitioners. This notion that Caymanian students respond better to one nationality or the other must be debunked by this Parliament. It must be debunked by this Parliament, because any of us who have been through our system know that we have met great practitioners of all backgrounds and nationalities across our education journey. We must be looking and recruiting from all sectors, all nooks and crannies of this planet to find the best, most caring, compassionate educators that we can find. And I can say that in the new system that we will pick up on the work of 12 years ago to hold educators accountable. Accountability must exist within our system. I am not going to tolerate hearing any school leader saying that they are going to simply evaluate practitioners as competent because they don't want to take bread out of anyone's mouth. With that approach, you are taking bread out of future Caymanians' mouths. We must get serious about accountability and the spending of public resources. Our children deserve it. Our children need it. Our country needs it. That is how we will build a truly great education system and have the outcomes that our children deserve. Mr. Speaker, when we support those who teach and care, we strengthen the very fabric of our society. Because behind every successful student stands a teacher who feels valued, respected, and equipped to do their best. We will expand digital learning infrastructures and provide modern tools for teaching and assessment while safeguarding the integrity of our education system against the challenges of a digital age. Our educators must be recruited from areas where they are equipped and or provided the training to use and deliver via the most modern technology and understand and can assist students in that delivery. Above all, we will foster a culture of excellence and accountability, measuring not only what students learn, but how effectively our system helps them to succeed. For too long, many of our young children have faced a difficult transition from school to work. Too many talented Caymanians have graduated without a clear pathway to meaningful employment. This is not a failure of our students. It is a signal that we must better align education with the labor market. This budget is built on the development of and implementation of a national workforce strategy and human capital development plan. This will provide a data-driven approach to identifying future skills needed and linking them to our education, scholarship, and training systems. We will strengthen the technical and vocational education and training pathways, ensuring that trades and applied professions receive the respect and investment that they truly deserve. We will also ensure that all the offerings across government is streamlined. We will ensure that when we have needs in tourism and needs in the trades, which is currently being delivered by the Public Works Apprenticeship Program, that those all be brought into focus and under one umbrella to ensure that we are doing what is right by our children. We must not have duplication of efforts. We must not have duplication of resources. We will establish apprenticeship partnerships with the private sector, expand on-the-job training, and promote careers in high-demand industries such as information technology, construction, health care, and renewable energy. We will also align the scholarship criteria with the projected needs of the national labour market, ensuring that public funds invested in higher education translate into meaningful employment outcomes for Caymanians. These are not abstract goals. They are practical commitments that will help our young people build successful lives right here in our Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, progress in education cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires partnership with families, with educators, with the private sector, and the wider society. That is why, in 2026, the Ministry will introduce the National Parent-Teacher Association, a unified body that gives parents and guardians a stronger voice in shaping education policy and school culture. This national PTA will serve as a bridge between home, school, and community, ensuring that every parent, regardless of background, can participate in the conversation about their child's education. This initiative reflects our commitment to people-centered governance. It reinforces the NCFC's belief that empowering Caymanians begins with empowering families. Parents are a child's first teachers, and when we engage them meaningfully, student outcomes improve, school culture strengthens, and the sense of shared responsibility for our children's success deepens. The Ministry will strengthen collaboration across agencies, particularly with the Ministries of Social Development and Health, to address the social, emotional, and physical well-being of all of our learners. We will deepen our partnership with the business community to ensure that training aligns with real-world employment needs. We'll enhance data governance, accountability, and reporting, ensuring transparency in how outcomes are achieved and resources are utilized. Education is a public trust, and we are committed to managing that trust with integrity, transparency, and measurable results. We will continue to strengthen the governance of our statutory agencies, including the Department.
Mr. Minister, sorry to interrupt you, but is this a convenient time to take a break?
Mr. Speaker, I'm about 5 minutes from the end.
Okay, thank you.
We will continue to strengthen the governance of our statutory agencies, including the Department of Education Services, public libraries, the Sunrise Adult Training Center, ensuring that they all operate with excellence, efficiency, and accountability. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we educate with excellence, if we train with purpose, if we lead with compassion, then the Cayman Islands will continue to rise, not just economically, but morally, culturally, and socially. Our goal is not only to prepare Caymanians for the jobs of tomorrow, but to prepare them for life, for citizenship, for leadership, for service. Mr. Speaker, this government's education agenda will be more than a policy platform. It will be part of a broader national movement to empower our people for a modern Cayman Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget charts a responsible path forward, one built on sound financial management, practical investment, and an unwavering commitment to the people of these islands. It is a pragmatic approach that confronts today's challenges with confidence, grounded in the strength and resilience of all of our people. Through disciplined management and careful prioritization and responsible investment, the government, through this budget, is ensuring that our children's schools are equipped and our systems strengthened. This pragmatic approach puts the Cayman Islands firmly on the path towards a stronger tomorrow, a future where government remains financially resilient, our communities are supported, and our children inherit a country built on stability, integrity, and hope. I repeat, that our children inherit a country built on stability, integrity, and hope. With this budget, we reaffirm our collective belief that careful stewardship today is the surest investment in the Cayman Islands of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the National Coalition for Caymanians government, I extend my sincere thanks to Her Excellency the Governor, my cabinet colleagues, parliamentary secretaries, chief officers, chief financial officers, and dedicated public servants, especially those in the Ministry of Finance, who have worked tirelessly in coordinating the preparation and delivery of this budget. Above all, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all those people in our beloved Cayman Islands for their enduring faith, resilience, and partnership. Because this is a shared task of nation building. Together, guided with prudence, purpose, and faith, we can continue along a responsible path, building a stronger tomorrow. A tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, where Caymanians are better prepared to take advantage of all of the opportunities our beloved Cayman Islands have to offer. Mr. Speaker, before concluding, I would implore members that as we debate vigorously, but we debate with purpose. And that purpose should be about strengthening these Cayman Islands. Because in this chamber, while there are two sides to the house, out there is one Cayman Islands that we should be united in purpose in protecting, preserving, and enhancing. Out there lies the men and women who toil and have their being. Out there are the men and women who make up families along with their children that sometimes need support from government. We must build those social safety nets. We must build systems that work seamlessly. We must ensure that every day as we rise to toil and represent the people of these islands, that we are looking to ensure that every one of them can achieve the Cayman dream. By working tirelessly and diligently, we can rebuild the middle class, which, if we are to be truthful, has been decimated in this country. We must ensure that our most vulnerable families are lifted and given the critical assistance they need. If we're going to talk about driving down cost of living, I implore the members who will be on the committee to review national health care and national health coverage to work diligently and tirelessly. Check political differences and egos at the door, because we know health care costs are one of the single biggest costs to the modern Cayman family. And so if we can do a better job at seamlessly delivering those services and protecting our families in their time of crisis, that is healthcare crisis, and protecting their properties, just that alone will go a long way to driving down the cost of living and having Caymanians have more disposable income at their fingertips to take care of their families. This is but a start, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring we govern in a different and new way. It must be inclusive when it comes to national policy priorities. It cannot just be about the government hiring consultants or having strategy sessions and groups and then coming to the opposition and saying, here you go, this is the outcome. It must be about inclusion. And I can say that over this term, God willing, this is but a start, going to be but a start. There are 2 or 3 other major areas that I've already spoken to my colleagues about that we are going to be reaching across the aisle to ensure that the outcome is one that involves from the very beginning input from all sides of this House, because the fact is all of the solutions don't just rest on the government bench. There's way too much talent on the opposition bench to be put to waste. And the truth is, the country wants this. The truth is, the country deserves this. The truth is, the country needs this. I can say, Mr. Speaker, without fear of contradiction, this budget is one that is built on addressing the public's needs. It is a responsible path to a stronger tomorrow. It is one that is underpinned by truth, transparency, and honesty. I commend this appropriation 2026, 2027, 2025 bill to all members, honorable members of this Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Finance and Development, having completed his contribution to moving the appropriation financial years 2026 and 2027 Bill 2025, I now invite the Premier to make a short statement in explaining Standing Order 8015.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Standing Order 8015, the House should resume the debate on the second reading no less than 5 days after today. We, of course, have the numbers that we could suspend that and rush to tomorrow. But in continuing in the spirit of cooperation to work across the aisle, we are going to keep in compliance with that standing order. And given it's a long weekend, so the opposition can do its research, and we have a wholesome and comprehensive debate on the bill. So in order to get there, Mr. Speaker, by my estimation, we got to take 2 steps. So I'll suspend 11 so that we could meet back on Tuesday coming, and then suspend 14-1 so that we could start at 10 a.m. rather than 2. So with that, if there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, taking them in turn, I move a motion that Standing Order 11-1, that the House agrees that the next day of sitting can be Tuesday, the 11th of November.
The question is that you suspend Standing Order 11 so that the House can resume on Tuesday, the 11th of November, to be in full compliance with Standing Order 8015. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 11 is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move to suspend Standing Order 14-1 to allow the House to start at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 11th of November, rather than 2 p.m.
The question is that the House suspend Standing Order 14-1 to allow the House to resume at 10 a.m. instead of 2 p.m. on Tuesday, the 11th of November. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Standing Order 14-1 is therefore suspended.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I now move that this House do stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, the 11th of November.
Before I put the vote, I've had a request from the member for Bordentown West to make a short statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say one of the challenges of small island politics is that just about half the country has the telephone numbers of all their representatives. And one of the advantages of small island politics is exactly that. On Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, I received a telephone call from a grandmother, a Caymanian grandmother, living overseas, and she had an emergency. And I'll read her message shortly, but after she called me, I immediately called the Honorable Attorney General to get the number of his wife, because it was a newborn baby that needed to be air ambulance out, and we need to get the baby registered. I wasn't aware of that process. And of course, I called the Honorable Attorney General. I got him. He's always been professional, always been efficient, and I also got his wife. And I'm pleased to report that after speaking to Miss Cindy Jefferson, well, Miss Cindy Bulgin, sorry, she sent someone to the hospital the same night to have the baby registered so the baby could be air ambulance out. And we're always quick to always, I guess, complain when government doesn't do something well. But when public servants do something well, I think we equally should also recognize them. I spoke to the mother this morning, the grandmother, sorry, on the way down to get an update. And she had sent me this WhatsApp message and asked that I read this message on behalf of the family with regards to what has happened in terms of the emergency. And the message reads as follows. Firstly, we would like to thank God for his mercy and for sparing both the baby and the mom's life. The baby was born at only 27 weeks gestation and weighed only 1 pound. Mom was in that CCU also. Our families want to thank everyone for their prayer, support also, and everyone who assisted in any way, including each of our families and Mr. Chris Saunders, the AG and Ms. Cindy Jefferson, Ms. Foster Belmaraj from the registrar, entire staff at the HSC maternity ward, all of the nurses and midwives from both CCU, maternity, and NICU have been really good. Critical care unit, HSC referrals office, passport office, Ms. Janice McLean and Mrs. Francis Jackson. Criminal records office, the surgical staff at HSC, Dr. Manoran, gynecologist from Integra Care, Dr. Jakes, pediatrician, Integra Care, the ambulance crew sent by the on-call team or the Lifeline Air Ambulance Transfer crew. And anyone else we may have missed mentioning, you're all appreciated. We thank you all for going above and beyond to ensure that our precious granddaughter has a fighting chance at life. When these things happen in times of the essence, and we thank you all. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to thank personally again the Honorable Attorney General and all of the staff. Ms. Janice McLean has always been very good in the passport office. And like I said, there are times where we always complain when work isn't being done by public servants, but this is a time, Honorable Deputy Governor, you can say that you have a world-class public servants that deliver world-class service, and on behalf of the family, I thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Just because I know, Mr. Speaker, the AG is too modest to stand himself, even if it's on behalf of his significant other, I want to thank the member for Bordentown West for that touching and inspiring note of thanks. It also inadvertently helps me to make a case that I hadn't got a chance to speak to the DG about. Well, if the Registrar General, Ms. Cindy Jefferson Bulgin, is doing that, and then managing over 200 entities that are doing business in the islands, can we get our parking space in the garage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Bordentown West, in the spirit of recognition, of recognizing our Caymanians who deserve to be recognized from this honorable list. I thank you. The question is that this honorable House do adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, the 11th, until 10 a.m. Tuesday, the 11th of November, 2025. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, the 11th of November, 2025.